Good evening. Welcome to the Township Committee meeting at the special meeting, November 26, 2019. It's about 7:35. I now call this meeting to order. Greg, has the adequate notice been given?
Yes, adequate notice of this meeting, the Township Committee, was given as required by the Open Public Meetings Act as follows. Notice was given to both the Chatham Courier and the Morris County Daily Record on November 18th, 2019. Notice was posted on the bulletin board in the main hallway of the municipal building on November 18th, 2019, and notice was filed with the Township Clerk on November 18th, 2019.
Thank you, Greg. And now we have a Chatham Middle School 6th grade student, Emily Lambert, who's going to lead us with the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Emily. Thank you, everybody. Greg, roll call, please.
Mrs. Ness?
Here.
Mrs. Schwartz? Here. Mr. Ritter? Here. Deputy Mayor Kelly?
Here.
Mayor Selin?
Here.
We have quorum.
Thank you. And the approval of agenda, we have one item, only one item on the agenda today.
There's the presentation and then the public question and answer.
Yeah, we have two items on the agenda, and we're going to be doing a presentation regarding affordable housing, and then we're going to have the public session. It's going to be questions and answers and comments. So, to start the presentation, and our Township Administrator, Robert Hoffman, is going to take it from here and make the presentation regarding affordable housing in Chatham Township.
Right there, we just need 2 minutes to set up the screen, and then Good afternoon, or actually good evening, everyone. As the mayor said, my name is Bob Hoffman. I'm the Township Administrator for the Township of Chatham. And tonight we're going to be talking about the affordable housing obligation that the borough will be settling. This is going to be the second report on this. Did I say borough? I'm glad you're all.
He's new.
I'm glad you're all following. That's good. That's good. All right. So, all right. All right. Now that we got that out of the way, that's good. So, the township in 2015 wound up in litigation that many other municipalities across the state had. The Fair Share Housing Group sued several municipalities, actually hundreds of municipalities, over their fair share housing obligations. So, what is affordable housing? What is Mount Laurel, and what is COA? This matter that's before the township and before our township committee goes back to 1971. That's when the township of Mount Laurel was sued for exclusionary zoning. In 1975, the state ruled on that and said that there was an obligation to provide affordable housing in the state of New Jersey. That was litigated, that was upheld in 1983, and it was reaffirmed. It was called the Mount Laurel Doctrine. Skipping ahead just a little bit, in 1986, the Council on Affordable Housing came into being, and it adopted first-round rules, and those rules were for 1987 through 1993. And then they came up with rules in 1994 for second round, which was to go through 1987 through 1999. Then there was a period of inactivity with COA, and in 2015, the New Jersey Supreme Court declared COA dysfunctional, and then it returned the affordable housing jurisdiction to the courts, and the courts took over. Now, in 2015, as I had said, there was litigation where the township was involved with, and the township was sued by Fair Share Housing, and then that litigation was joined by another party. But this slide just shows that the members of the Township Committee from 2015 through now have had to evaluate the options that were available, and they had to make decisions that were ultimately in the best interest of the township. But this is something that has taken hundreds of man-hours of past and present township committees. In December of 2018, the township agreed to settle the fair share litigation. The township agreed that its realistic development potential was 200 units. The township did not have to build all 200 units because they have already had units that were considered affordable housing. What the township has agreed to is that 24 units or new construction will be built at what was called the skateboard park. It's now called Arbor Green. And that's going to be new housing. That's on a site that was designated for affordable housing back in 1989. The township has had an agreement, entered into an agreement in 1986 with Chatham Glen, or what's known as Vernon Grove, for 72 affordable housing units that are condominiums. That agreement was going to expire in 2016, and the Township Committee renewed that for another 30 years. So the township has an existing affordable housing obligation on the books, and we have credit for that going forward. So that's part of the 200. We also have credit for 4 units of a group home, 4 bedrooms in a group home. In the past, the township was able to make a regional credit, a regional contribution that went to Newark. We have credit for that. But we also have the obligation to build an additional 74 affordable housing units on a municipally owned site. So that's new construction, and that's ultimately what we're talking about today. The township also received bonus credits in the past for the work that it has done, and hopefully that will be able to carry forward. The Township Committee, the professional staff, and others evaluated the options. There was basically 4 options. We could build 100% affordable housing on municipally supported land. We could have market rate housing, which is inclusionary, which means that the builder would be able to build units, and then they would build an additional 20% as their affordable housing set aside. That's for sale units. If it was rental units, then they would build 15% rental units as a set aside. Then the other option was to ignore the state mandate and see what happens. The best option was to look and see where we could build 100% affordable housing units, because we would be able to maintain our zoning control over the municipality. So the Township Committee, after its deliberations in 2016, 17, and 18, and thought about this, they were able to reduce through negotiation the number of affordable housing units that were litigated. The original number was around 645, and it came down to 200, and ultimately we have to build 98. So the decision of the Township Committee in 2018 to build 100% affordable housing units meant that an additional 400 units did not have to be built somewhere within the township. So that decision helped reduce the potential development by 400 units throughout the township. As you can see, if we did nothing and we ignored the state mandate, we're susceptible to another builder's remedy lawsuit. We're susceptible to the court stepping in and taking over our zoning. We would lose control of our zoning. So that was the decision that was made, and that was the best decision based on options that were not very palatable. So over the next 2 to 3 years, the construction of Dixie-Dale and Arbor Green are linked. Dixie-Dale is going to be built on the old Everett property. That's a 30.86 acre estate. There will be 50 townhouse units that are going to be built on the property. The mansion will be saved. There will be 3 units. There will be 3 condominium units in the mansion, and there will also be a common room mail facility in the mansion as well. The construction will be clustered towards the center of the property so that there will be a green buffer around the property, and about 40% of the property will be considered as green and open space. And there are steep slopes and other things on there, but that property will be protected. When Dixie Dale is being built, the developer is allowed to construct approximately 70% of the units on site. When they reach 70% of the units on site at Dixie Dale, they have to start constructing the 24 affordable housing units that are linked to it. And those 24 affordable housing units are going to be built at the skateboard park. So the developer gets to start the project, and then they have to start the skateboard park once they reach 70% of foundations at Dixie Dale. And that's projected to be 24 to 36 months after they start. So we had talked about this at our meeting in November. The heart and soul of the agreement is this slide, that the township will provide through development 100% affordable housing on a site to be identified and provided by the municipality. So we've talked about this before. So with affordable housing, what is it? What's the regional income? People hear about there's an income limit. Who gets to live in it? So for our region, the 2019 income, and Region 2 is Morris County and Essex County, is for this, it's 50% of the median income up to 80% of the median income. So for a family of 4, if they earn $80,614 or less, they would be qualified to live in an affordable housing unit. For low income, if they earn $50,384 for a family of 4 or less, they qualify to live in affordable housing. Very low incomes, it would be $30,230 or less. So this is a slide that just shows it by region, and after tomorrow, this presentation will be on our website, and if anybody wants to, we'll put it up, but we'll also have some copies here at Borough Hall or Township Hall, and we'll. I'm only allowed to make that mistake 3 times, okay? So I have 2. All right. That's true. Yeah. We're trying to get all the caveats in there. All right. So what are examples of jobs or careers that would qualify for affordable housing? So it's members of our DPW staff, it's teachers, it's teachers' aides, it's police officers with less than 3 years of experience, it's nurses, it's new college graduates, it's a single parent with children, it's seniors, and it's members of the military. So as an example, in 2019, a Marine Corps rifleman earns $24,000 a year. A first lieutenant earns about $40,000 a year. So those are examples of people that would qualify. So we looked at several sites, and we'll go through those later on. But why was the municipal building chosen as one of the sites for affordable housing? It can be repurposed for 65 affordable housing units. We can build on the foundation. We will be able to have the senior center stay where it is. They will be able to move back after construction. We will be able to save the gym as a recreation asset. we'll be able to subdivide the property so that we will be able to maintain the ball field, ownership of the ball field, the playground, and we'll be able to maintain the parking lot that's on this side of the building that's used by recreation and by the seniors. So those are the good points. The bad points are we have to move. And we also have to find a location for 9 more affordable housing units, and we have had difficulty doing that. So we talked about the costs. The township had commissioned a report in 2008 on this building and how to plan and budget for the systems that we're going to be aging out and you need to invest in. So that was something that was looked at and planned for. This building was originally built and occupied in 1970. It was a school, and then in 1987, the township moved into the building. It became our municipal building. The school district joined us in 2009, and they were here in the back portion of the building. They were here for 10 years, and they moved out on January 14th of this year. So they moved to their new location at the high school. I'm not sure. The superintendent wanted to be closer to the students so he could walk in and talk to the high school students. That was one of the reasons, but overall I'm not sure. So these are some of the costs that are associated with the building. And the issue that has come up, or one of the questions that has come up, is that we're letting the building fall apart. And that's really not the issue. It's not a lack of maintenance. It's that our building systems are reaching the end of their life cycle. It's like at home. Your roofs last a certain amount of time, and then you have to replace them. The roof is 33 years old. We had a warranty for 20 years, so we've got good value out of it. The HVAC system here is from 1986. We've gotten good value from it, but there are problems with the with some of the systems and with our controls. The windows were great, but they're 49 years old. So the gas that's the insulation between the windows has dissipated. So that's something that has to be taken into account. Our police department has we have to construct a sally port. We have holding cells that do not conform to the current standards. That has to be changed. We have, again, that building was opened in 1976, so its mechanical systems are reaching the end of its life cycle. One of the questions that's come up is, has the concept for regionalization of some of the police department functions been thought about? And the answer is yes. In 2015, the Borough of Chatham, the Township of Chatham, the Borough of Madison, and the Township of Harding, they looked at creating a regional processing and holding center for detainees. So that was looked at, but there were several issues that precluded that from happening. Number one, 3 out of the 4 municipalities would be taking officers out of their township to another location. Then each town would have to leave an officer there to watch whoever the detainee is. You can't just drop them off and say, see you later, when the court opens, we'll come pick them up and bring them to Morristown. So there were safety issues for the police officers. There were issues that related to patrol, to maintaining the health, welfare, and safety of the residents of all 4 towns. There would be overtime issues that were going to be created, and then there were other unanticipated costs. So it was looked at, and then it was decided that that was not the best option, but the police should be applauded for having the foresight to take a look at that. And then we looked at the cost of investing in improvements to both buildings, as well as the cost of building a new building that would be combined for the police and the administrative functions. And over a 30-year period, there would be a savings of approximately $5 million. So that was something that was eye-opening when we looked at the long-term costs for our municipal facilities. What are some of our next steps? Our next steps are to identify a developer for the 74 affordable housing units, to continue discussions for the senior center and others so we can temporarily relocate those programs. And the senior center is putting together a team so that we can do that. And I want to emphasize that we're not moving out of this building, or we don't have to move right away. There's a period of time. There's going to be at least 28 months, so we have time to prepare for whatever's going to come. There's going to be discussions with our joint recreation committee to make sure that the programs can continue and that they can move to other locations. We need to hire an architect to lay out a new look at the new site plan that's going to be over where the police department and the DPW are currently located, because that property is being subdivided. So part of that property will be for the 24 affordable housing units, and then part of that property will remain for the township. So the township portion, we have to do a better job of using our remaining property. When the skateboard park development happens, when Arbor Green starts to happen, we will lose 16 to 23 parking spaces that are used by our police and our DPW and by visitors. So we're going to have to lay out, do a really good design on a smaller parcel to make sure that we can fit parking in there and we can serve the needs of our residents. So other things that we need to do is, now that we're able to, we need to have meetings like this so that we can share information with you and receive some input and then be able to report back to the court, because we have a series of deadlines that we have to adhere to to maintain our ability to not have a builder's remedy lawsuit. So those are some of the steps. And then this is the full agreement. If you wanted to look at the full agreement, it's 40 pages, but it's on our website, and you can take a look at it. What were some of the options that we looked at? At our meeting in November, we talked about there were 3 or 4 sites that came down to being the final sites. So one of the options that we looked at was this lot that's highlighted in yellow. It's about 5.69 acres, and we thought that we would be able to have a credible development there for affordable housing. The lot is constricted with steep slopes, so you can only build on approximately half of that. There's no sewer line there, so you'd have to run a sewer line over 1,700 feet to get there, and that would be very costly. We also thought about purchasing property on both sides of that so that we could build a packet treatment plant and also expand the footprint of the building to make sure that we could fit units on it. But we would still be looking at a development that would have a minimum of 4 stories over there, and that was not something that the township wanted to contemplate, because you would basically have steep slopes behind, and you'd have a wall for a building there.
Why wasn't that acceptable?
That was a policy decision of the township, that we didn't want to go above 3 stories. All right, one of the other sites that was looked at was the Tanglewood Lagoon sites. This is part of the old sewage treatment plant, but it's one of the lowest spots in the township, and when the court-appointed master visited that was eliminated because there's one way in and there's one way out, and the road bed is is floating, and there was just several other issues that made it not conform to the affordable housing guidelines, or actually statutes.
Excuse me, this whole presentation is going to be on your site?
Yes,
Everything you're saying, correct?
correct.
There will be a public question and answer period later when people can get to the microphone and identify themselves. Thank you.
So that left us as one of the best options of some options that weren't palatable is this site, which is the municipal building. Is building within the footprint of the building? Right here. We would be able to retain the open space around the building, so we'd be able to retain the ball field. We'd be able to retain the parking that's on the right side of this picture. The parking on the left side would be for the residents that would be living here. And we would be able to maintain the playground and the parking on the other side as well as the gym. All right. So there was a question about one way in and one way out at Tanglewood? Was that the question? No. All right. So what we'll do now is we will, Mayor, we will start the question and answers?
Yeah, we're going to in a minute.
All right.
I always like you to go before age, you know.
Yeah, how's that?
Thank you again. Thank you for everyone for participating and being here. And tonight's meeting is a special session of the Township Committee dedicated to one topic: questions and answers on the issue of affordable housing. To all of you who are here tonight, thank you for coming to discuss this important community issue, especially at the start of this busy Thanksgiving holiday week. And happy Thanksgiving to all of you. Township Administrator Bob Hoffman just presented the issue, and we have a better idea now what is going on. And once he finished, which he finished, and then we will get right into the questions and answers. Please come to the microphone and give your name and address. That's important. And allow time for as many people to speak as possible. Each person will be limited to 5 minutes. So we have 100 seats here, 99 seats. We'll probably have more than 150 people in this room right now. I don't know how many we have in the overflow, if we do any. And it's close to 200 people, so we need to be conscious of the time. So we have 5 minutes for each speaker. Township Committee members and staff will respond after the question and comment session is complete. So that's one way of doing it. We may answer your questions immediately. We're going to start that way, and let's see how it goes. We want to make sure everyone has the opportunity. That's the important thing. So we want to make sure everyone has the opportunity to ask questions and get the answers. So tonight's meeting is being broadcast live, and the video will be posted on the Township website. Several questions have been submitted in advance via email. If any questions of significance are not asked and answered during tonight's Q&A session, they will be addressed with an updated FAQ on our Township website, chathamtownship-nj.gov. Chatham Township, one word, -nj.gov. Affordable housing is a difficult issue for all of us, and we ask for everyone's cooperation and courtesy. We are here solely to share questions, comments, and information on this very complex issue. No action will be taken tonight. We're not taking any action. Affordable housing will be on the agenda at public meetings into the new year and sooner at the next meeting of the Planning Board on Monday, December 2nd at 7:30 p.m. and the next meeting of the Township Committee on Thursday, December 12th at 7:30 p.m. At the next Coffee with Committee members on Saturday, December 7th at 10:30 a.m. And all of these meetings will be held here in this building. And public input is welcome. So tonight is not your only opportunity. You will have opportunities in the next few weeks. And you can always email a question, so we'll update the FAQ document on the website to get you an answer. Now, again, we're going to start now. We're going to try to answer right away to the question, but we want to make sure we're not going over 5 minutes, and our township clerk, Greg LaConte, will give you a sign at the 4th minute, so you wrap it up. But you may have another opportunity if there's enough people here. And so if you can speak again, you can speak again until, we're here until you're here. So now with that, I'm going to turn it over to the audience, the public, the citizens of this beautiful town. And please introduce yourself and ask.
If I may, just to maintain order, anybody wanting to speak, please step up to the microphone. We don't want any outbursts from the audience. Anyone wishing to speak can wait in line and state your name, and the line starts with Mr. Brower and extends back that way. Please, no yelling out from the audience. Thank you.
All right, Greg, just so that everybody understands, this is being recorded, so that's why they need to come to the microphone, so that everybody will be able to hear them on the rebroadcasts as well.
Yeah, there is a public record made, and we need to be able to identify speakers. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, and we can start now. Yes, please introduce yourself and ask your question.
My name is Bailey Brower, 16 Driftway, Chatham Township. Before I address the question, I'd like to address these questions specifically to Mr. Schwartz. This is a quick yes or no question and answer type of thing. It's an informative type of approach, which I think questions will come from the audience, and it might help to get a clarification forward before we get into multiple questions. When I sat on your committee up there years ago, there was an awful lot of repetition. People wanted to say what they had prepared, but a lot of it was duplicate, and perhaps this could clarify a little bit. Now, for the benefit of some of the new people in the town, I've served your committee for 28 years. I was 18 years on the planning board, and up to 6 years ago, I was on the committee for 12 years. So I know a little bit about how the township functions, and I know a lot about the properties in the town. The question that I've addressed to Mrs. Schwartz is, were other private properties that could be acquired, that might be acquired, looked at in addition to those which you were presented tonight by Mr. Hoffman? They would include private properties, quasi-public properties, for example, the property that's behind the rescue squad and property behind the Southern Boulevard Firehouse, the Fensky property, the piece of property the township owns that's between I believe it's next to or very close to the farm, that area through there. Did we look at those particular properties? Question, Mrs. Schwartz.
Well, the simple answer is yes, they have been. There are obviously certain properties that are just not really buildable, and that's why they have been vacant for a long, long time. We really did do a lot of work on looking at the properties. To say that we just focused on one or two places is not true.
There were only 4 properties shown tonight. Have there been appraisal made of the value of this 10 acres or how many acres this particular piece of property sits on the municipal building, in the sense that we're giving this away to some developer to build these 64 units?
To my knowledge, we have not had an appraisal done.
Have we developed strict costs to build the firehouse, the new firehouse, new municipal quarters, the reworking of this building up above with additional 3 stories, with down below basically we're talking about the gym and the senior citizen center?
I assume you mean the police department, not the fire
No,
department.
I'm talking right now, this building, any cost, any firm cost prepared? I know they're estimates,
Many, many estimates. That's all we have at this point, yes. Many
only,
estimates.
but they're general estimates from what I could see. They're not specific.
It's very broad brush.
Okay. Can somebody sometime address later the time involved to build this? We talked 28 months, then we talked 24 months to 36 months to relocate the senior center. And of course, the athletic program is going to be curtailed tremendously by virtue of the gym will not be able to be used. Where would the seniors go next is another question during that time. If you stretch this thing out over too length of time, you may find you have a fewer seniors.
Well, some of us still hope to grow old here, Bailey. But I will say that we are in negotiation with a number of different community facilities to make sure the seniors have adequate facilities for themselves, so.
But I would caution you that transportation is always an issue with seniors. So
Right.
distance is a major problem. I've seen no studies for traffic with 64 houses here with at least one car per house, maybe two cars. Just go out tonight and look at the parking to accommodate the 100 people that are, not the hundreds, probably 50, 60 families that are here. So I would say this, and now this is the comment, and they don't require an answer for this. Having sat up to 6 years ago and seen the development of the fair housing or what have you.
1 minute remaining.
1 minute? No, I'll get through. I think that what we could look for is that we have given, or we have open space in this town, probably more than any other community in Morris County at least, and maybe a good part of the northern part of the state. And we could very easily make a case, I think, that we could require exceptions to properties that have steep slope ordinances or wetlands off the back. I'll point out to you the way the wetlands were determined along Southern Boulevard 30, 35 years ago. They took a brush and they painted 750 feet off Southern Boulevard, and everything else is behind that is wetlands. To give people a point of notice, when Noe Pond is emptied, the area with the skate park and what have you is 8 feet above water level. In other words, the water is at Noe Pond is the deepest part of that dip in there, and all the properties around it are sitting high and dry. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Broward, for your comments, and thank you for your service to this town. Yes, sir.
Oh, hi, I'm Mike Oyen, 3 Hillcrest Avenue in the township. And I had prepared a set of issues which I would like to see more fully discussed, but I don't think they're suitably can be discussed in detail in this meeting because they tend to be rather technical. I'm an engineer. I like to get into technicalities. Is it permissible for me to read my list of issues? I've given you all copies, and then request that at some subsequent point, we can have access to the information that would answer those?
That would be fine. So you have 5 minutes. You can we can try to answer some of the questions. Otherwise, you will get an answer on our website as the answers
Sure.
to the FAQs.
Okay, one is I and a number of people have been unhappy with the openness of this process. We want a more open and inclusive discussion of the alternatives. The data in the agreement indicates a lower level of income for very low income families and persons. And that would indicate that roughly half of the people in the that you're going to have to accommodate roughly half of the units to very low income people who might not have means of transportation to live at this isolated location. It seems to me it would be much more in their interest to have at least part of the units located near the Hickory Square, which is close to shopping, transportation, and job opportunities. Now, this presents a problem. I'm sorry. This presents a problem because, of course, there isn't a convenient place to put that large a development. However, there are other, another points I want to make is the movement of the municipal offices to a separate location is a separable issue from the affordable housing. They can be decoupled, and also the police station could be moved to this facility, opening up space at the police center for development for housing.
Not impact any neighborhoods.
And I'm not advocating a particular approach here. I'm trying to give a shopping list of possibilities, and I'd like to have some opportunity to understand why they were rejected in favor of this opportunity. Okay. Also, people sometimes say that the police station can't be relocated because of access time or response time, since the police cars are constantly circulating and you do not dispatch policemen from the police station. That seems to be a moot issue. So revamping this building to accommodate the police headquarters and developing the police site is an alternative. Okay. And finally, of the issues, I'd like to see a systematic process for identifying and evaluating alternative properties of interest for affordable housing, with the factors utilized in evaluating the alternatives explicitly expressed and prioritized. That is, you say you have these properties, but then there's no documentation online or available as to what, why you made that decision. And it isn't clear that the factors you use are consistently important. That is, providing affordable housing for very low-income people near shopping and transportation, I would think is a much higher priority than having to move a ball field, for example. But that may not be the way it's been treated. Okay, so I have some alternative properties that should be considered. There's an 18-acre parcel off of Shunpike Road near the ball fields, which currently, oh my gosh, okay, which is in a conservation easement. I saw no effort to look into having the conservation easements removed for a higher purpose of providing affordable housing. And it seems to me that that's a doable process. At least a couple of attorneys I've talked to say it's doable, so I would like to have that considered. Now, I don't want to go on down my list of properties. I have a whole list I've submitted. But just to the end, I'd like to have, the most important thing is we want to have the Township Committee declare that they will support an open policy process in a proactive manner to examine alternatives and not just have this be a fait accompli. Perhaps later we'll talk about it. Thank you.
Mr. Owen, if I might suggest that you forward this to our publications, such as Tap Into Chatham and the Chatham Courier, perhaps in the form of a letter to the editor, so that all the folks can read it and get your thoughts. If it appears on the Chatham Township website, that is feasible. But I think the one way of reaching an awful lot of people in our community is for you to put it out there into the media. So I know that Ed is here. I didn't see Gary. Gary, are you here?
May I make one more comment that I failed to make, and that is we're setting up a special Chatham Township Affordable Housing Interest Group with potentially email list of all the people involved, and we're trying to distribute information of interest that you don't have on your website, and we would hope that people would sign up for that tonight, if possible.
Can you answer what he said about transparency? So it's not a fait accompli?
You can,
As a reminder,
question.
anyone wishing to
We'll
speak, please
answer
get
that
online
question definitely.
and
I appreciate
give
it.
your name and address.
Okay, go ahead.
I might
Mr.
help you
Miller.
out with that.
Please introduce yourself.
Dan Miller, Green Village Road, Green Village. This outcry is due to your lack of transparency on this committee. I said this last week. You guys have known and been making this choice for months, and you kept it behind closed doors under the guise of litigation. Right. But under the guise of litigation, okay? We know that litigation involved the amount of units and those things. I highly doubt that litigation involved the sites as to where you wanted to put this. I'd have a hard time believing that. Okay, Mr. Kelly, last meeting when this first came up, you mentioned that it's kind of like a homeowner doing improvements to their home. My question is, if I were to make wholesale changes to my neighborhood by doing an improvement to my home, would I or would I not have to notice everybody around me by mail?
Yes, you would.
If I were doing wholesale changes to my home, would I need to have a prepared budget and know how much the cost was going to be before I started, unless I'm extremely rich, which I am not?
You know, I think those comments were made as trying to illustrate the fact that there is a sequence that you have to go through. You do have to make some conceptual narrowing down of decisions before you can start to drill down and come up with the specific detailed answers. That's the analogy that I was trying to make, that we are not yet at the point where we have all the detailed traffic counts or dollars and cents exact studies.
Well, if that's the case, how can you vote to make this site or any other site available for affordable housing without having that? All because you need to meet a deadline. And, you know, Albert, I understand the courts and everything like that, but then this should have come up way sooner so that you could have those studies, so that you could say, site X, this is the impact. Site Y, this is the impact. You know, to just say that we're going to do it here and then we'll get you those studies later. Well, you've already made the decision, as he said, fait accompli. It's, you know, it's really ridiculous. Was the Ferber property looked at?
The answer is yes.
Okay. Yeah, and what depth? My wife and I own 5 acres. We were not contacted. You were just talking about a 5-acre property on Huron. Okay? And I'm sure that some of my neighbors were not contacted either. The county just purchased property next to the post office. County owns property on the other side of the post office. Was that looked at? No. No. County just purchased the last property in town on Green Village Road. It's 9+ acres, I believe. Was that looked at?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it's yes or no. You know, I see a lot I see head shakes. I only got 5 minutes here, and I know Mike already ate into some of my time. You know, so many things were not done, and this is why transparency is important, because the public could have given you so many more avenues that you didn't look at, okay? Kirby property was purchased for $83,000 an acre, and it was paid $83,000 an acre because we were told that it was fully developable. Was that property looked at?
Answer, the Kirby property.
I didn't use that Kirby property.
Shumpike, off at Shumpike, across from the day school.
If property is purchased with open space funds,
It was, but we were told that it had to be purchased for such because it was fully developable. So why wasn't that looked at, and maybe we could make some changes to that?
It's not if it's looked at or not. So there's a criteria. If it's purchased by the open space funds, you can't build affordable housing on that property.
Well, why wouldn't you look for some exceptions to those rules rather than to destroy an entire neighborhood over here on Myersville Road? There's a home being built right next to Lewanika Brook, okay? So the argument that you can't get permits for wetlands and this and that Mr. Brower so eloquently made are very appropriate. The permits can be made. You know, this state's money hungry. You pay enough money, you'll get your permit, okay? You know, I built a septic system, okay, it was 11 and a half feet above the brook, okay? So, in closing, it's a travesty that this has been done behind closed doors. You have really basically told everyone who's in this room, and many people who aren't because they weren't noticed by mail, as the rest of us would have to follow all those rules, okay, that would be here, okay? We all have different backgrounds. We all have different specialties. We all know a lot of different things, okay? Hundreds of minds are much better than what it appears to be 5, 6, 7, maybe 8, okay? We cannot go back and change the short-sightedness of committees before. You know, the best place to put this affordable housing would have been on that total loss of property where Oak Knoll has their soccer fields, okay? Which we get no revenue from and no use from because of the way that was done. I'll be done in 1 second. I'm sure someone will yield me a couple minutes. You know, so we can't change the short-sightedness of what other committees have done, but you can sure change the short-sightedness of what you're doing. And you can sure change the way you're going about it. Maybe the answer will be the same, maybe it won't, but I am sure that there are some great ideas here in this room, okay? And I am sure that they are better ideas than what's coming to pass. I still have a lot more of them, and I'm sure that the next time I do a project, I'm going to have to notice all my neighbors.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Miller. Before you proceed, yes, Karen, please.
My question really is whether we have fully discussed the idea that our development of any location is going to have to be already on the sewer service area, or the cost is going to be incrementally more by building where our communities are on septic service. So,
we're not going.
I'm
back and
sorry,
forth.
Dan, I
You
didn't
can
hear
keep
you,
going.
but I do believe that there's a distinction between building in a sewer service area and building in a septic. We're not allowed to build in the septic area, am I correct?
You have to provide for sanitary sewer. So it has to be either within a sewer service area, or the sewer service area has to expand it, and the sewer is extended to that area.
Is that, hold on, yes, is that on, your microphone?
A sewer service area.
All right, wherever affordable housing units are going to be built, you have to bring sewer service into that site. So to answer your question, we would have to bring, wherever it's going to be located, you would have to bring sewer service to that site.
All right. Okay, let's be respectful to next
Hi,
resident. Please introduce yourself, sir.
I'm Jared Belanin. I live at 134 Long Hill Lane. I own a real estate multifamily development and operating company, and I'm very well versed. I have several properties that are COA and low income, moderate income all over New Jersey and Bucks County, Pennsylvania. So I deal with municipalities on a daily basis that have the same issues that you're dealing with, and there's some deal with them different. I guess what I'm trying to say is there's other alternatives that I don't know you've looked at. I worked with Plainsboro several years ago to take a 200-unit property. They had a need for COA. At the time, it was COA, and we worked on some incentives. We took an existing apartment community like Chatham Hill. We talked to the owners. They needed 84 units. There was some incentive that the town could provide Chatham Hill. Maybe this is something, if you guys had discussions with existing apartment owners in town that could potentially fill that void by, you guys, instead of doing these pilot programs, any kind of tax abatements or anything like that, has that ever been discussed with any apartment owners in town?
Yes, you can go ahead. Yes,
Try and answer
Mike,
that?
yes.
The 72 units that we extended the affordability controls at Vernon Grove down in the Chatham Glen area, those were units that were built 30 years ago, more than 30 years ago, as affordable units, and then they expired. They were converting to market rate. We entered into negotiations with their homeowners association, and we reached a great solution where we make a payment into their homeowners association on an annual basis. In exchange, they have extended their affordability controls for another 30 years.
I remember you were saying that earlier, and that's a win for everybody.
Sure.
Another win is Chatham Hill. We can backfill those with moderate or low-income apartments. We're not adding to our school system. We all know how this works, and we're not adding to traffic. Another issue is, and I know a lot of municipalities do this, administrations come and go. 6 months after I put 60 COA units in my property, the next state administration canceled the program. So now I have a 17-year contract on 60 COA units that wouldn't, if I would have waited 6 months, I wouldn't have had to do. Have you really looked at what happens you pushing this down the road? You've been pushing down the road for 20 years. Another 24 months isn't really going to impact anybody. I just think there are other alternatives that you haven't looked at. I own and manage 1,500 units all over New Jersey and Pennsylvania. I know what the impact of, and this isn't even about low or moderate or COA units. It's what the impact of having apartment renters in a community does. There's a lack of ownership, there's a lack of responsibility, there's a lack of community because they don't have ownership in them this isn't a prejudice against renters. I make my living on renting and giving nice housing to renters. There's just not the respect that you get in the sense of community. It's not a safety issue, it's a community issue, it's a congestion issue. The winners here are your developer that you're allowing to build this for free and then gets the process. The other winner is you guys because you solved the problem, but honestly, you don't live, I live 3/4 of a mile down the road, not even, and I guarantee this is going to negatively impact the property values in my property, but not your guys because you don't live here, okay? And then the third winner is which is great. The third winner is the tenants who are going to live there. They get to come here, and God bless them. They get a beautiful school district, one of the best in the state. They get everything. The only losers here. The only loser is us because we live right here, and nobody else is being impacted except people in a mile radius. So thank you very much.
Well, everybody's enthusiasm is appreciated, and please understand that you're taking time away from the speaker.
Hi.
Please. Emily, and please introduce yourself.
Hi, my name's Amelie Lambert, and I live on 24A Long Hill Lane. I've noticed that everybody that spoke before me has been talking about the issues of the impact as a neighborhood. But what about the school district and busing?
We will answer that. We have certain numbers and statistics. Please, Bob.
Sure. We've looked at that with our financial advisors, and we're projecting that there would be a maximum of 50 students that would enter the school district from the we would have 50 students that would enter the school district from the Dixie-Dale development, from the Arbor Green development, and from here. Those folks can laugh all they would like, but our data from the school district shows that from Roseville, there's one student that's entered the public schools over the last 2 years, and that from the Vernon Grove affordable housing the Vernon Grove affordable housing condominium section, there's been 9 students. So there's been 9 students that have been that are in our school system from approximately the same number of units.
Thank you, Bob. Sure. Amelia, you can continue if you have more questions. You're good? Okay, thank you.
Hi, my name is Virginia Aris. I live on 24A Long Hill Lane, and I have a series of questions. So some of them you can answer in written form, so we have it all. The numbers is, if you could explain the pilot payments, were they just a one-time lump sum, and how much we lose by doing this instead of having people pay their taxes and bill their state, pay their taxes like everybody else does, hopefully. Why is the administrative cost of the affordable fund, why is it maximum 20%? Why should people put money in a bank if a bank is 20% in administrative cost? That should be like less than 5%. That's way too high. I think there's an issue with a school count of like the number of influx students, because if you look at the existing places with affordable housing, they don't have a turnover where everybody comes in all at once. So it's like every year, maybe one students come in because they like some age out and some come in the system because they're born, but it's going to be a big influx. And also the borough is going to do the same thing. So whatever, if you think it's going to be 1 student per class, it might be 4 per class, and all of a sudden we need, because there's like 2 places putting students into there. And then the next thing is that within 15 years, 25% of the population is going to be above 65, and that's AARP numbers. And New Jersey has very inadequate low-income housing for seniors, and they're not moving to Florida. They, some of them wants to stay here. So if we do have low-income housing here, could it be reserved for seniors, since the senior center is here, and they would not have cars? They could have transportation for seniors to go shopping, to go different places. They would have a gym and their program. It would be a better use of the place than putting families who would have problem with transportation and traffic. And that's all my remarks.
Richard Matlaga from Third.
Wait a second, Mr. Matlaga, please. Let's address that question?
We'll address some of the questions. There's a pilot program. The pilot PowerPoint is on our website, but that gives you all of the answers related to that. But I can also provide you with a copy if you'd like. There was a question about the administrative costs and 20%. That's for the affordable housing fees or the developers' fees that are collected. When that trust fund is dispersed, only 20% of that is eligible for administrative costs. So that would be for the planners. That would be for work that the Vernon Grove Condominium Association would do. But the majority of the funds are supposed to be used for affordable housing, for the creation of affordable housing. So they don't want it to go to studies and other things. So it's just for it's a maximum of 20% for administrative costs.
I think another salient question was about allowing this to be dedicated towards low-income seniors.
Right,
which of course,
that was the next question, yeah. So we're not able to designate this particular building for affordable housing for seniors. We have to be able to provide affordable housing for all age groups, and that's one of the reasons why when we look at the 98 units, they have to be for all. we cannot specifically earmark some for senior citizens out of the new development.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next person, please.
Richard Matlaga, 36 Dale Drive. First of all, just to set the record straight, at the meeting of the Township Committee just 10 days ago, 12 days ago, none of the alternative sites were presented. You didn't know what they were. You couldn't share them with us. Now, all of a sudden, it's like they were out there for a while. No, they haven't been. And also at that meeting, you had a hearing of citizens which took place after 12 o'clock midnight. Now, if you expect everyone to come out at 12 o'clock midnight, I think that goes back to the openness of the committee. But what I'd like to follow up on is that at that committee meeting where it was on the budget or on the agenda, that you would have a presentation on the site or sites you then voted on moving forward. Committeewoman Schwartz voted no, and she voted no for a very good reason. She voted no because she said, where are builders going to build? And I took that and said, why did we agree to this settlement in the first place? I know you talk about builders' remedy suits, but in the presentation it talked about a 200-unit potential. Didn't say now, it said potential. Now all of a sudden that turned into 98 units, rental units, not condo units, but rental units have to be built in this town. Is this really, when you think it through, since 1999, the township has done nothing for affordable housing. You had the Heil Melrose condos built, no affordable housing. You had the condos built behind Ace Hardware, no affordable housing. You have been buying land, taking it away from being built on. Under Mount Laurel, that falls under rezoning and you have to build affordable housing. Is this just payback for the inaction of, or the poor action of the committee?
Now, I'm just going to address the first portion of your question. The other sites were discussed. And
They were not presented at
no,
that committee.
They
I
were
was
not
there.
presented. They're correct. You're correct. 100% right. They were discussed in the closed sessions for many months, and we were here until midnight for many, many meetings. So they, they were discussed. We didn't come up with these 3 other sites last week.
You didn't come up with them because you felt it wasn't important to these people.
It
That's
is
the
important.
reason.
It is important. But I just want to make sure everybody understands something. It's not we win, you lose. We're in this together. No. We're in this together. We're in this together. I live at 30 Woodmont Drive, and 100 yards from my house, we're building 24 units, affordable housing. 100 yards from my house. You know what? It is, I understand. Look, I feel your pain. And this is, by the way, this is an open process. Look, this is not your only opportunity. You're going to join other meetings, planning board meeting, next committee meeting. Come up with good ideas. We did. Okay, good. I appreciate it. Thank you. Look, it's not easy. Believe me, it's not easy. So my house, again, I own a house, 30 Woodmont Drive. This police station, believe me, it's closer than 100 yards to my house. So I'm not happy about it. I'm not happy. But anyway, so I just wanted to mention that first part. But council, could you please address the rest of it? It's not a done deal until it's a done deal. It's not a done deal. It cannot be a done deal without this process. This is the process. Please.
No give and take.
Please.
Just to put this in context. Just to put this in context. Since 1999, the Council on Affordable Housing was unable to adopt regulations that would govern the third round for affordable housing. So it's been a period now of 19 years, 20 years. And in 2015, as Mr. Hoffman said, the Supreme Court of New Jersey said COA was no longer operating because it couldn't adopt affordable housing regulations. However, what occurred was that that obligation continued to accrue for that period starting in 1999. And it is that period that you're questioning. What has happened since 1999 to now, and why hasn't anything been done? This municipality is no different than, I would say, the vast majority of municipalities in the state of New Jersey, because there has been an uncertainty as to what the regulations would be. Municipalities have been unable to really develop plans to meet their affordable housing obligations. For example, in 2008, there were regulations that were being challenged, and notwithstanding they were being challenged, the municipality went forward and developed a plan in 2008. Those regulations were declared invalid based upon an appellate division case, and so that meant whatever the township had done in 2008 was put aside. It wasn't workable. The same thing happened again in 2010. In 2015, the Supreme Court says this administrative agency is no longer viable. It is not doing its job. So what the Supreme Court did is it removed it from an administrative agency which is not functional and returned that matter to the courts. The courts have done several things. There are 13 judges throughout the state that handle these matters, or 13 vicinages that handle these matters, and these cases are assigned to judges, and the judges manage those cases along with special masters. And the municipality is looked to come up with a plan or resolve the matter in some way. There have been 2 cases that have gone to trial. One case lasted 44 days. The judge issued a 200-page opinion. The other trial lasted multiple days, and that judge issued a 100-page opinion. So it's not that the township hasn't done anything. It's that the surrounding circumstances have really limited the ability of the town to move forward. This period that we're talking about is from 1999 to 2025. So if you look at it, that is 4 affordable housing units a year over that period, on an average. When we started this process, the township had an exposure of as high as 645 affordable units. That number was negotiated downward to 387 units. That number was further adjusted downward through the development of a vacant land analysis to come to a realistic development potential. And what that potential means is not something that may happen. It refers to the carrying capacity of the municipality in terms of additional units. Those 200 units, as Mr. Hoffman said, were offset by a series of credits or extension of affordability controls. So those 200 units became 98 units. 98 units, 24 of those have been designated to the skate park, which has been in township property and has been designated as an affordable housing site for many decades. It was part of the 2008 plan, and even before then, that's what it was zoned for. When a municipality has land that it has designated for affordable housing, when it owns it, when it's under its control, and a developer comes to the municipality and says, I would like to build affordable housing on that site, the municipality has an obligation to work with that developer, negotiate with that developer, come to some sort of resolution on that, because the municipality has a constitutional obligation that is running forward. In this particular case, the context is important. There is the Dixie-Dale Farm, which has been discussed a number of times. The Dixie-Dale Farm was under contract by this particular developer. This particular developer was willing to limit the density there to, as Mr. Hoffman said, 54 units, and after a long planning process, it was reduced to 53 units, And the developer also agreed to construct 24 affordable housing units at the skate park. So what you have is 53 units of market rate units and 24 units of affordable, which is a very, very high set aside. It's over 30% set aside. And in fact, when the township rezoned Dixie-Dale, the township was sued. And it was sued by Fair Share Housing Center because Fair Share Housing Center believed that more units could be built on Dixie-Dale and that the township was allowing that opportunity to pass by without fully exploiting the development potential for Dixie-Dale. And in fact, in Dixie-Dale, in the complaint challenging that zoning, Fair Share Housing took the position that at least 48, not market units, but 48 affordable units should be on the Dixie-Dale development, twice the amount that the township negotiated with the developer. And that's just 48 affordables at Dixie-Dale without any market units. There would be a multiplier for the market units. So what the township had to do is balance overdevelopment of a property, overdevelopment of the municipality with a practical approach. The Dixie-Dale suit was settled. It was dismissed, and that development, as you know, was approved by the planning board last month and is proceeding forward, the Dixie-Dale and the skate park. That leaves what happens with the 74 unit. The municipality decided in December of 2018 to use what is referred to as 100% municipally sponsored development. The words municipally sponsored development is indicative of what the development is. It's one that is built on municipal land by a developer, typically a developer that specializes in affordable housing. Because affordable housing are less than, the rents are less than market rent, in order for that development to be sustained, there has to be some measure of contribution for the municipality, and the two typical measures are the land is donated by the municipality, and there's a pilot program that is there's a pilot program that goes along with that in order to make the development viable. So what you're trading is a limited number of affordable units for a much higher number of market rate units. So there is a trade-off that occurs there, and you're trying to weigh impacts, one type of impact against the other. There was a process that was followed to designate a site. You may disagree with it, but there was a process that was followed. And again, I think here what the municipality has done is lessened its obligation from 645 potential units to really 74 units. And so that, I think, is part of the background that you need to understand in order to appreciate the decisions that have been made.
And all that detail is a lot of detail. And
that's precisely why it's important, because it is detailed.
You need to break it down into simple terms, because it is just a basic transaction. Because I could look at this and say, this was a negotiated settlement. And by a negotiated settlement, you knew what you were committing to when you did this. And so if I was negotiating a settlement and I agreed to build 98 rental units, I would have advisors. I would know that to make it economically feasible, rental units need to be in large chunks. It's not like condominiums. Rental units need to be in large chunks. So when you think of the 24, then you think of your 74, that 74 you knew was going to, the lion's share of that 74 was going to be in one location. And I just conclude in my own head, right or wrong, that 74 you knew was going to be in this building 2 years ago. Because otherwise, we wouldn't hear about the 6 leaks in the roof here and the windows that don't work. You would have maintained the building. That's all I'm saying. My second part of my question is, under this lawsuit, does this prevent any more affordable housing to be built in the township between now and 25?
If we go through with this, if the court approves it, and the court has to approve the final site, then the goal and the aim is to obtain builder's immunity.
And then,
So that means until July 1, 2025, the obligation of the municipality is fixed. It is fixed to those numbers that I said, basically 24 units at the skate park, 74 at a site or sites. It's fixed. That's the end of the obligation until 2025. And as I've said before, this gives municipalities and the residents an opportunity to obtain what is needed, which is a legislative solution to this problem.
and it's on the back of the taxpayers, because there's land in this town that will be developed between now and 2025, and they will not have to build affordable housing, and the developers who develop that, and landowners, and they know who they are, and they're here in this room, will benefit from that. And I don't want to point them out, but you know who they are too, because they've talked about it at the planning committee. I have 15 acres, 15 houses that could be built on my land.
There is also another component to this, and that is there's a municipal-wide set-aside ordinance that's already been adopted. And basically what that says, if the zoning for a piece of property is changed by either the township committee on a rezoning or the board of adjustment by a use variance, and the density is changed to 6 or more units an acre, then there has to be a set-aside of either 20 or 15%. So if somebody is developing their property for what it is currently zoned, you are correct, there is no affordable housing obligation, but presumably that would be single-family homes on approximately, give or take, between half an acre and an acre.
And when do you have to go back to the court for approval?
The court, there is a status conference on December 17th.
So that's the rush.
No, there's a status conference. I update the court on what is occurring there.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McLaren. Now, one other thing I want to mention, regardless of the location of this project, there are, think about this, 74 units is the 20% of 370 units. So, and the otherwise that would have been 370 units built somewhere with 20% affordable housing set aside, which means in our town we have about 4,000 units altogether, 4,200, 4,100, and it means close to 10% increase of the number of the residences in town. So just keep that in mind. Yes, please.
Hi, I'm Ashley Felice. I live on 20 Candace. I have two main questions. The first is, has anybody looked into the real financial consequences of giving up such a large piece of property and how that would impact all of us tax-wise?
Yeah, we did. And Bob had analysis done. We did analysis done, and we.
Because to me, it seems like you have to rebuild a new municipal building. You're giving up how much does this place cost? 5, 7 million, somewhere around there? Plus 10 acres, 11 acres? I don't know the exact numbers. That's a lot of land that you're giving up. Plus you have to rebuild a whole new building. Plus traffic. So we currently don't have a traffic light on Myersville. An additional amount of cars probably will require a traffic light. I mean, these are all massive costs. And then my next question within that is, okay, so the builder comes in, builds a, 65 unit affordable housing complex. That's also a lot of money. Let's say the builder decides to bail halfway through the project. Who's responsible for paying for the remaining part of the building? That's a lot of money. Are we responsible? Okay, so let's say it costs $20 million to build a 65-unit affordable housing spot in this location. So they can put in $10 million. We're required to put the extra $10 million. That's a lot of money. So we got a new, right? a new municipal building. Whatever overage that the builders can't afford to pay, if that's the case, which happens. That's a lot of money. Has that been evaluated?
It has been evaluated. And Bob, would you address that question, please? The analysis for what this is going to cost and in the long run, and so.
Part of the question was if a developer is selected and then bails halfway through the project, who is responsible, and how does the project get completed? The municipality, the township is responsible for the portion of the funds that the developer is not able to obtain through grant funding. There's 5 sources for that.
That's significant.
Yes, it is. If the developer is not able to complete the project, then the township would wind up negotiating with other developers to come in and to complete the project.
Again, out of our dollars, out of our money. That's what I'm concerned, like, that's the way I see it. So we would have to, again, in order to raise that money, increase taxes.
There's a developer's fee, but they also have to post a bond, so we would wind up doing that. There's a combination of enforcement mechanisms to make sure that the project gets developed, but.
Okay, my next point,
There's an additional factor here, and that is, these developers, as I said, this is what they specialize in. Part of what they need to do is obtain grants and loans to do the construction. And as part of that process, because most of these loans originate with the government, with the state of New Jersey, there is an extensive selection process that the developer has to go through in order to qualify. So it's not like I could apply for one of these loans and get it.
but still there's no guarantee there.
Well, again, the lender takes as many steps as possible to ensure that they don't make a bad loan.
Right,
That's no
but
different
if I
than,
were to make a bad loan, the bank would come and take my property, as opposed to all of us having to put millions of dollars into building this affordable housing unit that we already gave away for free and are already in the hole for all these other reasons.
the bank would also go through the same process as to this property or any other property. The bank has made an investment in the property. It doesn't want to lose that investment. So it would foreclose on the property and complete the development. That is an option. Yes, you are correct. When a municipality does move forward with 100% affordably sponsored development, it has to adopt a resolution intending to bond for any shortfall. But that's a long ways off before we get to that point. The developer will obtain loans.
But that's still the significant tax implication that's not being brought up or on the presentation.
One of the things that's also part of the things that are being considered by the Township Committee and that has been debated and controversial is a development fee ordinance, which has been mentioned. What that development fee ordinance does, it allows the municipality to collect a one-time fee for improvements to houses, whether it's, and the current proposal is, if it's a new home, there's a fee.
But again, that's taxes. That's my point.
But it's a different, it is a different source of funding, and that is the improvement to the home, whether it's a new home, a tear down, or an addition of over 2,500 feet, which increases the equalized assessed valuation of more than 50%.
Okay, well, my next point is, okay, you mentioned that in the other option, I don't understand quite, maybe you can explain it to me, why you can't go back to the court on December 17th that you said, and just say, look, we've searched for the past year, we cannot find these 75 units, all of our land is either encumbered by wetlands, steep slopes, not on the sewer line, etc. And we just can't fulfill this settlement agreement and wash our hands of it.
Well, again.
What are the full consequences? You mentioned that you would lose the zoning ability, but my question is, so what?
Well, the most immediate consequence is what happens with the Dixie Dale development. That is 30-plus acres that would result in, or could result in the potential for 300, 350 units there. So that is part of the balance. You're getting a...
I don't quite understand how they correlate.
They correlate in the following fashion, and that is, if we're concerned about overdevelopment in the municipality, then I think everyone should be concerned of 350 units coming onto the rolls of the municipality. Okay, because that will have an impact on all the things that you're discussing. This option limits the amount of market rate units that would be built to meet the affordable housing obligation.
But what you're saying is by adding 75 or 64 units in this building, plus the Dixie Dale, we're still not fulfilling the obligation of the 200 units?
No, that's precisely, I didn't say that. I said we've already met over half of that 200 units through the extension of the controls at Chatham Glen, through the other credits that Mr. Hoffman described, through bonus credits. The skate park was already long planned to be an affordable unit. So really what you're balancing is that Dixie Dale will be developed for a very high number of units, but we're focusing in on Dixie Dale, but other consequences are that any developer of any any owner of any large tract in town, if the town is not protected from a builder's remedy lawsuit, can petition the court and build at a much higher density of anywhere from 6 to 12 units per acre. So
But
that's your exposure.
We wouldn't be funding it, though, is my question. Because the builder, the developer themselves would be paying fair market value. They would be putting their own money into it, and it wouldn't be all of our taxpayer dollars. That's what I'm saying. Correct?
There were other consequences to what you're saying. There are other consequences.
I am 100% sure that question will be answered, because that's a very important question. And so, again, right now, I'm answering.
Okay.
Okay. We are now controlling the zoning, right?
Yeah.
So we have a zoning board adjustment, and you can only build X many houses for X larger property. You can't just build 10 houses on a land of 1 acre, right? So because we have the immunity, that's what they call builder's immunity. So we are immune to that affordable housing obligation. So now, if we don't meet our obligation, let's say we tell court, you know what, we're not doing it, we're not complying because we don't like it. Okay. So then there's a property owner, let's say 5 acres, own a 5 acre in this town somewhere, sell his property to a developer for, let's say, I'm just making it up, $1 million. That developer can go to court and say, look, I'm going to build 100 units here, or 50 units here, right? So normally they would have been only built 5 units there. So we lose control of that process as a town because we're not met our obligation. So I think that's
Right, but one thing, like, builders are only going to build if it's financially prudent to them to build there.
Sure.
If they see that our town, it's not financially prudent because of the wetlands, the sewer lines, and the steep slopes, why would they come here? Then when there's all these neighboring towns that they're giving incentives like land grants, like tax incentives, all these other incentives, why wouldn't they just go elsewhere? I mean, they would.
That's fair. I'm sure it will be discussed. So we need to be conscious about the next. I would like to please what's the timing on this? I mean, it's all fair. You have great questions, and I'm sure we'll discuss all those.
Thank you. My name is Nancy Stiple. I'm at 97 Ormont Road. I want to get to process, but first I do have a question for Mr. Hoffman. I was here last meeting, and I thought the estimate was around 150 school-age children in all of the housing that was coming in. Today you said 50. Did I misunderstand?
Yes, you did. It was 50.
Total,
Yes, from the township, yes.
from all of the construction. I mean, this site and Dixie Dale and the
Arbor
skate
Green,
park.
yes.
50 total.
50 total, that is correct.
Okay, so in terms of getting back, thank you, in getting to the process,
Just,
ma-
ma'am, you might have, what it was is there's about, I think there's 151 or 153 bedrooms, so maybe that's where that came from, because that was also.
I thought I
reported.
heard 150 children, school-age children,
but
but
it's
what-
50.
whatever, if you're saying it's 50, then that's your number. So I just want to go to process, because I was here last time, and I'm here tonight, and I understand there's a variety of other meetings coming up, including December 12th. I do not understand the decision-making process when we go to court, or when Mr. Cruz goes to court, and when that obligates us, what he's going to say, because there's a lot of talk, but I really want to understand how this talk can translate into action, what the options are. So coming back to the process, very, very short, I'll just say, for a living, I manage projects, I estimate budgets, I understand the cost estimating process and rough order of magnitude and the pros and cons and risks and opportunities, and I present to governance bodies all the time who have to fund $500 million in projects. I don't see any of the methodology of project management being applied. You may have done it, but we don't see it. So mostly, I really want to understand, even today, I didn't see the address of this other site. I just don't understand what other sites were looked at and why they were excluded. I brought this up last time. I still don't understand. So I really want to specifically ask, between now and December 17th, what are the decisions that are going to be made by this town so that we understand the decision-making process being applied?
Okay, thank you. Council, would you address that? Before you address it, there are seats, empty seats, if anyone would like to fill them. So there are like 4 of them I can see here, if anyone is interested.
And Mayor, there's also overflow seating in the kitchen. We have at least 10 residents that are down there watching.
Okay, great. All right.
Thank you for showing me, but I mean, yeah.
Sure. Council, are you going to address this? The process.
As I indicated, we're really talking about a designation of a site. That's what the court, that's what the settlement agreement required, designation of sites. That doesn't take away the planning process. That doesn't remove any of the other typical things that occur. A whole series of hearings and meetings were outlined a moment ago. In terms of the process, I would report back to the court. The court would get a status report on where we stand, and the court would determine whether or not this matter is ready to proceed to a final hearing.
So I'm so sorry to interrupt you. You're really not answering my question.
Okay.
So on December 12th, you have a township meeting. What is that meeting? What is the decision? And when you report to the court, do we now become committed to sites on December 17th? And if not the 17th, when do you commit on behalf of the township to sites?
I would be committing on the 17th, yes.
So it is
Hey, well, that's exactly right. It's all about you. That's why, wait.
whole meeting is a sham.
Well, no, can you just answer
It's-
then, what is the decision that will be made on December 12th? I mean, what is that meeting, what is the purpose of that meeting?
There are several purposes to that meeting. One is a continuation of this discussion. There are also several other ordinances that are on that night for consideration and adoption.
So routine
What-
business.
No, they're related to the affordable housing. One being the development fee ordinance that has been described, one being the Fairmont Commons overlay zone.
I'm so sorry to interrupt you. I mean, we're all here for mostly one purpose, and I'm sure you have a lot of business, and it's all very valid. So on December 12th, excuse me, will you be deciding formally that this is a site that you're proposing to the courts, yes or no?
That decision will be, well,
That is not council's decision. That is our decision. That is decision,
well,
decision,
part of this, this meeting was advertised as a meeting where no action would be taken.
This meeting, yeah.
This meeting, okay? So there's no action going to be taken. Part of this discussion, part of why we're here, is for the committee to get input from the public.
Yes, thank you.
And to review the comments, the questions, the suggestions in relationship to what has or hasn't been done.
Yeah,
So
thank you, Mr. Cruz. I truly apologize for interrupting you. I'll just say I'm still unclear, and I promise I won't ask again, about the purpose of December 12th and the decision-making, and I will just leave you with my one last thought. I think the outcry you're hearing is because you are putting a bolus of the weight of the low-income housing or high-density, whatever you want to call it, here on this location, where this particular community and neighborhood really estimates it will destroy our home value and our way of life with open space. I chose here for the open space.
Thank you. We can address that. 12th, there will be a meeting, and Township Committee meeting, and that is on the agenda. The adoption of that proposal is on the agenda. It may be adopted, it may not be adopted. So you are part of the process today, giving us your suggestions, your objections. So we'll consider all that. So
What day is your final vote?
wait, I'm sorry?
That's what I want to know.
Say again?
When is your final vote?
There is, it's on the agenda for 12th, but again, we'll
So are you
consider.
going to surprise us and vote on the 12th?
I cannot, I'm sorry, but you have
Just a reminder,
you have to
please
go
come up
into
to
the
the
line
microphone to
and ask
talk.
a question. Yes, please.
So my name is Richard Wallace. I live at 7 Molino Drive. I think what everyone here wants to know is, if it's not a done deal, how do we stop it?
We need a better deal. So we have to be proposing something better that will. Okay,
So,
Okay.
for instance,
Please
I live a half mile from here. I didn't hear about any of this until 48 hours ago when my wife emailed me. So I think the process is completely just a terrible one. But really, it comes down to, you're here, it does sound like a done deal. I think everyone here thinks it is, and it's quite upsetting. So you're telling us it's not. So I'd like to hear some concrete things that we can do. There's no elections. We can't vote you out before, December 17th. Although I'm sure everyone here probably would. But petitions, lawyers, what is it that we need to do from a procedural standpoint to stop it?
Okay.
So I'd like an answer from anyone would be great.
Albert, can we get a point of clarification? Because at the last meeting we voted, I'd asked you specifically whether or not you go to the courts, but when the new committee comes on board next year, if an alternative site was found that was deemed more appropriate by this committee, we could go back to the courts and tell them that.
Yes, and I said that, but you have to have a good reason, okay? So it's not just simply.
Just minimize everyone.
No, that's not true. Okay? No, it isn't. No, I didn't put anyone down.
Good lawyer, guys.
Please, let's respect each other. Let's
Yeah,
respect
I'll tell you
the
right now,
staff.
whoever said that about Albert, you better watch yourself, okay? Albert's done a hell of a job for this town over the past couple of years, and for you to say something that is totally rude and obnoxious, okay?
He said, I have my reasons.
Well, you know
Good,
what?
it's rude and obnoxious. Albert has done a hell of a job for this town and his service over the past nearly a decade now, okay? Oh, good. You have your opinion, I have mine.
You know
Sorry,
what?
Albert.
Committeeman, please engage back and forth because
You're
there's no
welcome.
winning in this. And everybody, please, this is a complex issue. This is a very complex issue. It's difficult for all of us. I'm not going home happy because you're not happy. And I'm not, wait, dude, I am trying. I'm trying.
Spread the pain around the town.
Okay.
Why is it just concentrated right here? Why can't
24
you
units.
put it here, there?
Okay, appreciate it, one at a time, and it's disrespectful to Sir here trying to make his point, okay? I know
I've made
I know
my
you're
point.
not
I'm
happy.
still waiting for just a
Okay,
response.
you're still waiting for, 24 units are being built on Southern Boulevard. Some pain there. We're proposing some pain here. If you have a better idea, bring it on.
Okay, so we
can
only
go back
have
and
until the
think.
17th to come up with a better
No.
idea? Is that
Okay.
correct?
Oh, you can't, you have to wait. Yes.
We only have till the 17th to come up with a better idea? Or can we get a continuation and really think this through and get input from the community, which I don't think has been done at all? So, why, I'm just hearing about this, I live literally a half mile away, I'm just hearing about this, and you're telling me that's a done deal in a matter of weeks?
It is not a done deal.
No, in a matter of weeks, it will be.
It is not a done deal until it is voted upon this committee, and this committee votes, then it is a done deal. Okay?
Can we get clarification from Albert? It's not a done deal to the extent if we find a better place and we go back to the court and say, community building was the option number one, we found a different option number two. If the courts agree to it, we can go option number two.
Correct.
Can I get a commitment that you will explore that?
All right. You know what?
Can I get a commitment that you will explore that?
I mean, we've been exploring it constantly.
So it's a done deal then?
Honestly, it's not a done deal. Council, do you have a comment? Do you have? And bring that microphone closer, please.
What I've explained, and I explained 2 weeks ago, is that circumstances change. There has to be a decision made about designating a site. That designates the site, and yes, there is a commitment to doing that. But if a better alternative, better solutions are presented, I can go back to the court and present those solutions to the court. So it is an evolving process. But again, this is a settlement that's been pending for a year, and we're moving. We need to.
Look, honestly, look, we're Chatham Township. We respect each other. We need to let our attorney speak and finish his sentence. Please. Then it's not, we're not getting anywhere if you do that. You know, let's finish that, please.
I may have misspoken, but what I intended to say is just what I said, that circumstances are subject to change, and courts will listen to changed circumstances. Part of this process is to determine whether or not to proceed fully forward with what's been proposed.
No.
Okay, all right, now, sir, are you finished?
My name is Peter Becker. I'm from 77 Lisa Drive. If we dedicate a site, let's say here, and then we try to propose an alternative site, the court has its discretion and can turn it down, right? It's not going to be us making that decision at that point.
The court has that discretion at any point. At any point. It can turn down this site as a settlement.
Can't you get a continuation on the 17th for further deliberation? Why don't you appeal to the court?
Well, that is something that I will discuss with the Township Committee.
All right, we're not, listen, the process, guys, please, I apologize, but you know what? There's a process. There's a process. If you have a question, please get on the line. So folks are waiting here, please. Yes, sir.
Hi, Mark Hamilton, 132 Highland Avenue. I came on the line thinking about talk about a few other things, but obviously a lot of questions have arisen while I was on the line. So I just want to maybe help my neighbors here in clarifying a few things. Is there an obligation under the settlement agreement to provide a site by December 17th of this year?
That passed. That date passed. That date was in July.
What date was in July?
To select the site.
The proposed site.
Yes.
The proposed site. And was the site provided?
No.
So how did it come to pass that that date passed without providing a site?
Because of the reasons that have been explained tonight, there have been various difficulties that have arisen.
No, what I meant is, you got leave from the court presumably, or somebody to get an extension of that
Correct.
deadline?
We've been on extensions for several months now.
Okay, and so right now, as we sit here, is there an obligation to provide a site by December 17th?
There was a commitment made to identify a site.
By December 17th?
Yes.
And there have previously been commitments made to provide a site by other dates that have come and gone?
That's correct. There have been, the dates have come and gone.
Okay, the point being is, there is no real deadline. This is a very complex issue that obviously is of great concern to the entire community, and given this outpouring of support, it's certainly feasible that a deadline could be obtained, an extension of that deadline could be obtained.
As I indicated a moment ago, that's something I discussed with the Township Committee.
Okay, so, all right, just wanted to clarify that. Another point, what was voted on, we keep talking about December 12th, what was voted, my understanding is everyone keeps saying this isn't a done deal. I've read the settlement agreement and I understand what it means. It's not a done deal until it goes through the judicial process, it gets approved and this, that, and the other thing. But it's my understanding that at the last meeting, this site was already voted on, and it is a done deal that as of right now, the plan is that Mr. Cruz is going to go to the court on December 17th, and in conformity with Section 7, Subpart 4 of this agreement, officially designate this as our chosen site. Is that accurate?
It's not, sir. And it was,
Well,
go ahead.
no, there was a vote designating this site.
Introducing.
No, there was a vote designating this site, with the understanding that this hearing would occur, and this explanation would occur to the public.
So vote first, provide input from the public second, right?
That's
the process.
That is not the correct characterization, okay? There has to be a start someplace, okay? And so there will...
Yeah, respectfully, Mr. Cruz, the start would be informing the public that we have some sites, and we have an obligation to comply with this agreement and do some real accountability, some real planning, some real, give people an opportunity to come here, really look at the numbers, perhaps some open bidding about how much it would cost to fix this building, or there's myriad of things that can be done other than choosing a site, and then telling the community about it, and then allowing the community the opportunity to come give their input on it after the site has already been chosen. It doesn't make any sense. And, obviously, people are waiting, I won't beat the dead horse about transparency. Clearly, the community is upset about the lack of transparency associated with this project. And somebody mentioned that even at the last meeting, the two alternative sites were not available. And now after the vote, they are available. Clearly, this has been going on for a very, very long time. And admittedly, those of you who know me, maybe I have a slight interest in this issue, but the fact that there was an election less than a month ago, clearly this had been in place for a long, long time, and clearly a majority of the members of this committee did whatever they had to do to make sure that this plan was not disclosed until about 3 days after the election. So the fact of the matter is this plan obviously is contrary to the wishes of the people, and I would implore the committee to do what they can to procedurally to reconsider. The vote has already been taken to designate this site at the next meeting, and to instruct Mr. Cruz to seek a further extension of the deadline. And I believe that a court or a judge who handles these sort of matters would certainly understand that, this is a process. We've been focusing on the Dixie-Dale development and getting the skate park deal in place. We got that done. We're happy to provide the court with a status update that we have achieved that benchmark. Now we're moving on to the next project, of the 74 additional units. It's a complex project. There are at least 3 currently municipally owned sites that we're considering. There are additional privately owned sites that might potentially be available for this project. We need to do a lot of cost analyses and look at what's going on with various competing projects with the police station and the holding cells and everything, and we need a little bit more time. And by the way, there's been numerous references tonight to these laws constantly being overturned and administrative bodies being dissolved entirely. What's the rush? How do we know that this is even going to be something that we need to worry about a year or two from now? So the point being is, I think that we need to deliberate and move carefully on this, and there is no real rush to throw this neighborhood under the bus and to give away this piece of property, because I can tell you the big threat is builder's risk litigation. You know, I'm a lawyer, but guess what? Sometimes things need to be litigated. I don't think that this town needs to be cowering in fear of a little litigation, and I think it's something that might have to happen. I understand my time's up. If I could just have 5 more seconds. I just want to say that one thing that was really striking to me while I was on this line is Mr. Hoffman talked earlier about, oh, even if we approve this, we do this, and we're not even going to be moving out of this building for 28 months, and then we're going to do this, that, and the other thing. And this buys us immunity until 2025. Sounds to me like the day they finish building these 74 units, the Fair Share Housing Corporation is going to be right back here again looking for more. Yeah, okay? So I'll leave it at that. I hope the committee will reconsider this very bad decision.
Thank you. It's unfortunate that Trenton couldn't address this long time ago, and we have to deal with this. So this is an issue that needed to be addressed by the legislator in Trenton, but they didn't. Unfortunately, we have to solve it. Yes, please.
Hi, my name's Brent Jenkins, and I live at 62 Susan Drive here in the township. By way of background, I've worked in the real estate development and investment industry for the last 25 years, including being a developer, a direct developer of properties. I've worked with many municipalities within the state of New Jersey. I worked, and there's numerous examples of, and I can just speak from my own experience, for example, working with the city of Hoboken on their redevelopment plan for the Hudson rail yard, or the New Jersey Transit rail yard. That process took 3 years of my time. The city had a huge amount of respect for their residents, held planning sessions, hired the right consultants, big engineering firms, hired the right land use attorneys to specialize on it. Granted, it was a big project, but it was a big deal, just like this. Hired the right architects that were well known in the industry to work on the plan, up front. It was and importantly involved a process, or put together a process and followed a process that involved the residents of the city of Hoboken and having many planning sessions. And I was a developer. I was trying to get what I wanted. The city of Hoboken stood up for its residents. I've worked on projects. I worked on the RFP that Kushner ended up winning in the city of Madison back in 2013, where they built next to Drew University. That same company I was working for, there was affordable in that. We were working under COA 2. There was South Orange, my company worked with them. We worked with the city of, I worked up on a project with the city of Montclair. We had 20% affordable. In all instances, these municipalities worked with their residents, and they didn't try and ram something through without little comment. And I just, I was shocked when I went on Facebook and I saw our Facebook group, live right up the hill here, talking about this. And I was just appalled, and quite honestly, I felt just completely disrespected. To put, And to address something that Mr. Cruz talked about earlier about, well, COA 2 was up in the air, COA was dysfunctional and blah, blah, blah. Well, guess what? These other municipalities during that time who had an affordable housing overhang, right, an obligation, knew there was going to be some new body to replace COA. That has been talked about for years if you talk to lobbyists down in Trenton. And they were doing something about it. Madison including, they did a payment in lieu on that site. The city of Hoboken setting aside 20%. So there were things that could have been done. And I mean, I know, look, it's a little bit counterproductive to look at the past, but I'm just trying to make a point that we should take our time here. One of the things that I learned about planning is that planning, once you build it, it's done. You need to have good planning. And in the case of this site, you know, there's been like no planning. All the time that was put into Dixie-Dale, and then all of a sudden you ram this through in a week? I mean, give me a break. And in addition to that, talking about good planning, I see that a lot of the affordable is like deep skew affordable. It's disproportionate to the lower income part of the spectrum. Part of this was brought up before. You do think a family of 5 that has an income of $32,000, you know, has more than one car? They're going to need to live actually near ShopRite and be able to walk into town, have their kids walk to Southern Boulevard. Furthermore, and I know I'm cruising along here because I have a lot to say, which is, you know, you look at one of the things, planning principles that we always get hit with as developers is you're not doing something that fits within the character of the community. Do you think a 3-story building down here in higher density fits in the character of the community? Where it fits is closer to downtown. And there's other alternatives can be looked at. The study that was posted, which was like reading an eye chart, thank you very much, earlier today, that you know, talked about the costs. I actually read the 40-page report. I read everything on the website. I went on the New Fair Share website, read all of it. That cost study, to me, was really, I'll just say it didn't go into depth. And there's solutions there that can be proposed. It assumed, for example, that you need to retain this entire building, and so therefore the operating costs have to do with the, you know, that we're going to incur on the entire building. Nobody says you have to retain the entire building. As part of the solution, you can move the police station over here, create, by the way, a 20-acre, very efficient piece of property on Southern Boulevard, instead of trying to cram 25 homes in the skate park where you have all these setbacks. But you can tear down half of this building, make a more efficient building, and create a solution that works for everybody, us and the people, and by the way, the people who will be living in the affordable complex, who will be part of the community. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Hi, I'm Mike Stancampiano. I live at 77 Myersville Road, so right across the street where you've basically just taken a large chunk of equity out of my pocket. Whether or not you want to say that this is, you know, a problem for the township, whether it's the traffic, whether it's more people in the schools, whether it's a decrease in home values, it's a problem for the township that more or less has been stuck right here. How is that fair? You've basically taken a problem for all of us and dumped it within a mile radius of all these people right here. I don't know how you think that that is fair. Dixie-Dale Farms developer, I don't know my name off the top of their head. They have now a requirement to put low-income housing, well, they did, and it was challenged, and as part of the settlement, because they don't want low-income housing on their development, they're putting it right next to you. Again, how is that fair? Why are we accommodating a developer, not the people of Chatham? Am I misunderstanding something? He's not taking on any low-income housing because he doesn't want them. And so instead of us maybe taking 24 from here instead of 65 and moving them there, and he has to take his share, we're bearing the burden of his issue. Am I misunderstood? Please, so you can correct me if I'm wrong.
I don't want to interrupt you, but I can tell you this, and 54 units at Dixie-Dale property, they were supposed to provide 20% set aside, right?
Yes.
Instead, they're doing 24 units, which means 31%. So we're actually getting a better deal. 53 units, 53 units at Dixie Dale property, right?
Yep.
So normally they're supposed to.
So like
provide
11 or
additional
11 or
funds.
so, if he was going to build like 44 or 43, 11, other 20% of that development would have to be low-income housing. But he was able to export them and keep all what he wants.
But they're paying for it. They're paying for it.
We're paying for it because they're shipping it to the police station.
No. 24 units. They're 24 units they're building. They're paying for it. They're paying to build it, right? They're paying for it.
Wasn't economically viable for the builder. He
Wouldn't offer it. He wouldn't offer
That
it.
is, I'm going to tell this again. Would you please get onto the line and we'll address your question. I promise you, 100%. Yes.
If it wasn't economically viable for him, even to give a subsidy for that, he wouldn't do it. I mean, he's in business to make a profit. So I understand what you're saying. Yes, he's agreed to do whatever. It's still better for him to not have those low-income people on his property and take away from his $1.3 million townhomes. It's the truth. It is. So before I go, I just have to ask the committee to please revisit, multiple locations. If I don't want to speak for everybody here in the room, but if you told me that this, potential building was going to be converted to maybe 15 units, and not create potentially a traffic light, overburden the schools, the local roads, everybody's home values, we could probably stomach that. I don't want to speak for everybody, but I could. When you put everybody right here, that just is not fair. I mean, it basically means you don't give a damn about anybody within a mile of this building.
Fair point. Thank you.
Mohammed Salim, 54 miles road. Can I take your picture?
Can I take a picture?
Yeah.
Okay, sure.
Thank you. This is gonna go for the either Hall of Fame or Hall of Shame. I have 3 kids, high school, junior middle, and Southern Boulevard. And all of them, they will be actually suffering because this is their inheritance, so they're going to be losing the money. So anyway, here is, I just want to explain one thing, because in the presentation, they were talking about the low-income, groups, and they specifically talking about the first 2 or 3 years of a police officer, school teacher, a nurse, and all the good people that you actually want to have live next to you. Okay, let me, the first living for me in the U.S., I lived 12 years in apartment complexes before I bought my first house, and then I bought my second house here. That's, all my life savings I just put here. Let me tell you who else live in these houses. Sorry for the word, strippers, people who can evade taxes because they get paid in cash. A lot of people you really don't want next to you. But there is no way you can avoid them. There is no way, because the process is not going to do, let's say, I don't know how to say this. Yeah, I mean, the screening is not really on how good they are. The screening is all about if they have good credit or not, and if they have criminal record or not. So a lot of people pass that without a problem. This town is really one of the richest towns I've ever seen. And this county is one of the richest counties in the U.S., after Orange County, of course, in California. My question is, every time we get into a discussion about another area, tell you it's going to cost too much. If we go too deep, then we're going to have to go into slope. It will cost too much. We're going to have to extend sewer lines, and it's going to cost too much. Completely ignoring all the costs is we will actually have to bear. My question is, if it costs too much, so what? Why not create a municipal bond and pay for it in 30 years? Well, what's the problem? Everything in our life, when people come to this town and they buy a couple $1 million houses, that's too much. They still make it because they know it's a great town to live at. It's good schools. It's good neighborhood. So why can't the town come up with this money? Well, what's the problem? You know, I don't know. We're talking about this issue like as we're in Somalia. I'm not getting it. I mean, really, what's the problem with the money? If something is going to cost a little bit too much, then let's pay for it and solve the problem. And I'm serious. Because here's where it's going to go to. And this question for Mr. Counselor, Mr. Cruz. I understood from talking to my friends that once a decision is made, the people, they have 45 days to sue, which is actually very unique. A lot of things have to happen here or anywhere. You have like a year to sue or 2 years to sue or whatever. Specifically this type of projects. Go ahead. Thank you. You only have 45 days to sue. When does this period start? From the vote that happened a couple weeks ago, or from the December 12th, or from the 17th?
Well, you are correct. There is a period of 45 days to sue for municipal action. That period begins to run from the date the action is taken. So what I would suggest is that wait until December 12th, see what this committee does on December 12th. And at that point, you can start to consider when the 45 days will run.
So,
with respect to what you said about tenants, I think you want to be careful because the tenants go through the same kind of screening process as any other tenant. They do go through credit history, they go through criminal background, the same processes that are used for a private building would be used here, and that's not done by the developer. That is done by an agent of the municipality that
but I'm not saying that these people committed any crime.
well,
And here's the thing. When you have 20 of these groups close to you, they will dissolve in your society. When you have 64 or 62 or 65 next to your house, you will dissolve in the society.
Well, to the extent that you are creating an impression that because it's affordable housing, people are not subject to the same scrutiny as any other tenant, I want to clarify that is not the case.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying examples. I'm saying things I saw with my own eyes. I have experience with this, guys. I know exactly what I'm talking about, and I know that the people who are able to make use of the entitlement programs are they know their ways. I know most of us, we don't know these ways, but they know.
This is not Section 8 housing. Okay,
Anyway.
This is housing that is based upon income eligibility with various criteria. So I think you don't want to create the impression that this is going to be populated by individuals that are criminals or undesirables.
Yeah, but I don't want to also put the impression that you will only get teachers, police officers, and nurses. Here's the last thought, because I know that eventually this will get to this point. Apparently, the committee has made their decision. Regardless if there was a vote or not, they would not, or you guys would not, put this into complete secrecy without knowing that this is the decision and we better keep it away from the people, otherwise it's going to be a big deal here. So I know that you're going to go ahead with it. And I know that we're going to organize and we're going to sue. And this is not a big deal. It happens everywhere. I just wanted to let you know that eventually we will win. That's all. But at the end of the day, every one of us is going to pay a lot of money. The township is going to pay a lot of money. I'm sure you should be fine because you're going to get paid. But this is really how it works.
Mr. Mohammed, please. Okay, we're done. Thank you for your comment.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Hi, my name is David Deichler. I live in the Chatham Hill Apartments at 25 Hickory Place. Mr. Cruz, you've taken a lot of abuse tonight from the community. I'm not sure that everybody totally understands that your role as an advisor to the committee. And so I think that based upon the feedback that you've heard tonight, the advice that you should offer to the committee ahead of their December 12th meeting should be very different than what was advised ahead of the previous meeting to accept this proposal. The community at large, I'm not going to go through the transparency issues and the analysis. This is clearly a very complicated issue. It's clearly not been assessed to the degree that it should have been, not just from a transparency issue, but from a technical perspective. And I just would offer the committee the opportunity to delay the agreement for which you seemingly have voted or have not voted, whatever the logistics might have been. It's clear based upon what's happened tonight that whatever has been decided or proposed is not in the best interest of the community at large, particularly the people that live around here. And so I would just stress that at that December 12th meeting, the 5 of you sitting up there, do whatever you can to reverse whatever decision you may have made at the last meeting to permit Mr. Cruz to go back to the courts on the 17th and say, we're not prepared to move forward. I know we had this obligation. I know we set forth dates. Mr. Hamilton made it very clear. This is New Jersey. Nothing happens on time. Nothing happens as it's supposed to be, okay? Please take the opportunity to delay this process so that a more further and comprehensive analysis can be conducted as to what the impact would be of potentially agreeing to the settlement that we've already entered into. Things change. Things change all the time, particularly in this state. Things change. Nothing is done in permanency, except when you make sure, or when you make an agreement to build things, and as the gentleman said earlier, you've got a 17-year commitment that could potentially change at the whim of a legislature, a governorship change. Whatever we decide to do, whether it's this, that, the other thing, we should not enter into a very long-term commitment that is not reassessed at some periodic period of time for the community to reassess whether or not it should go through. And then I just want to say, again, Mr. Cruz, you're the advisor to these 5 individuals, okay? You represent the town. You're helping them make a more educated decision. I'm sure you're educated enough to understand where certainly this group of people, sit on this issue. But there is absolutely the opportunity for the committee to make the decision to delay and reopen on a more transparent basis the analysis and assessment of how to address this potential issue that may or may not ultimately be the responsibility of the Chatham Township on this fair share housing issue. And so everybody's directed a lot of anger and issues at Mr. Hoffman and Mr. Cruz. It's really the committee members who have the authority to make the changes. So I know everybody's upset. They've got phone numbers. They've got email addresses. Please reach out to them because they do have the opportunity to reverse the decision that they made at the last meeting per what has been said here tonight. And so, Mr. Cruz, take the advice of everybody that you heard tonight, talk to the committee members and say, we may have overstepped our bounds here. Let's take a step back, go to the courts. We've got the Dixie Dale thing in our pocket. We're making progress. And we need to come back and reassess what our opportunities are. And that's all I really want to say. But Mr. Cruz, I kind of feel bad for you a little bit because I think everybody thinks that
Not a lot, just a little bit?
Just a little bit because you could have made that advice and recommendation, 9 months ago. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Next person, please.
Jane Devlin, River Road, Chatham Township. Well, I just want to echo some points that were already said. I think the committee might not have had so many irked or angry residents here tonight had you kept us updated all along. I remember years ago inquiring about the affordable housing status more than once, repeatedly, and was always told it can't be discussed because it's in litigation. I'm not sure at that time how proactive the committee was in any kind of planning because there did not seem to be transparency. I understand you can't discuss things in litigation, but there could have been broad strokes transparency. So now it seems like at the 11th hour, the committee is scrambling to be in compliance with the mandate. I also want to voice a concern, my personal concern, that folks are not speaking against affordable housing because the town isn't welcoming folks from diverse incomes and various backgrounds. I've heard comments, perhaps not tonight in this audience, but at other township meetings and in other venues of communication, such as divorced moms with kids will come, drug addicts are going to come, people on welfare are going to come. We will be building projects. The children of the residents that live in affordable housing, those kids that go to our schools are going to be bullied by our students because they're not as rich as our students. And the classic, those people will be coming. I further heard tonight that some people that live in affordable housing are strippers. If we put all the affordable housing in one location here in the municipal building, 65 affordable housing residents or families, that's going to rub off on us in some way. In some way, our good lives are going to be sullied or soiled, our property values are going to go down, but more significantly, our quality of life in some way is going to go down because those people, whoever those people are coming. I do agree that everyone moving in isn't going to be our local teacher, our local fireman, our first responder. Some may be, not everyone, but they're probably going to be middle-class people. When you look at the range of what is considered a level of income for affordable housing, it's really pretty much middle-class people. They probably seem poor to us because we're blessed with such privilege and wealth in this town, but they're probably, for the most part, just the average people. Sure, may we get somebody that isn't the best neighbor or the best tenant? Yeah, I bet we will, but I don't bet it's going to be everybody. And we could have somebody really rich move into our house next door on some of our Tony neighborhoods, and in some fashion, they could be doing unsavory things. So regardless of where everyone's weighing in on the pros and cons of the affordable housing and where it should be, I don't think there should be any general applause in this, it's my opinion, in this audience when people get up and say the dangers of the type of people that are going to move into this affordable housing. Because I don't think we as a community should be labeled the type of community that applauds for the other. I have a couple of questions. I just want to say, I've said it before, but there's more people here tonight. I would be eligible for affordable housing. I have 2 master's degrees. I meet not only the income of affordable housing, but I in fact meet the lower income of affordable housing. I've lived here in Chatham for 20 years. I volunteered in Municipal Alliance. I went to PTO meetings. I've come to these civic meetings. So I may not be the only face of affordable housing, but I want to assure everyone that I am one of the kind of folks that would benefit from having affordable housing. I also, could I continue, Mayor? A minute?
continue for
Just
another
a few
15
questions.
seconds.
Okay. I'd like to just throw out a suggestion that maybe could affordable housing be made for senior citizens? Maybe the town might find that a little more palatable.
That was addressed earlier, but that's fine.
Okay. And then I just want to caution the residents, even the ones I may not agree with tonight, that at the last township meeting, you said you voted on this municipal building being designated for the 60-plus units, 65 units. You said you exhausted all other sites, and you said you would have difficulty going back to the courts and asking for an additional extension because you've exhausted a lot of stays and leaves and extensions. So I hope you don't leave these citizens here tonight that are asking for some remedy, even if I'm not part of that group, with the misconception that they can go out and find other sites, or that you haven't locked in place your decision, when it certainly seemed like you did at the last meeting. So I think they deserve to have eyes wide open and just don't give them false hope.
I apologize.
Thank you.
To cut you off. Thank you.
And Jane, I will complete that thought for you. So, hi, Stacy Ewald, 54 Nicholson Drive. I want to thank the residents for coming out. This process should have started 4 years ago in 2015. You should have had your opportunity to give your input then, because as we can see, some great ideas come from asking our community for their input. Jane and I and a number of folks have been involved for a few years listening and asking questions, and we couldn't get a lot of information because things were in executive session. But there were things that were discussed. There were things that were recommended, rather, whether it was making sure we look at the financial planning, whether it was buying up existing stock in some way, using existing housing stock. There were different recommendations made, and I assume that we were listened to and those were considered. So I ask you, don't leave us with false hope. I mean, please tell us now, how likely is it that you will find an alternative location? You can each answer it individually, but is it highly likely? Is it likely? Is it highly unlikely?
Anyone would like to answer? Anything you guys want to offer?
You know what, Mr. The Township Committee has reviewed maps. They've looked at locations over the last 3 years. My predecessor has looked at locations and reported to the Township Committee. I have looked at locations. We've looked at properties that were coming up for tax sales. So the Township Committee and the Township professional staff have looked at many sites that were potential candidates for affordable housing. And at the end of the day, there were criteria that eliminated those until we came down to what ultimately were our 3 or 4 final candidates. So I don't know how the Township Committee could answer a short question, you know, when there's been hours and hours of discussion about that in closed session. So I just
all right.
So
I'll answer it for myself. I'm open to any good idea. That's my answer. Anyone would like to answer?
Nobody else is open?
All right, then we don't have any answers.
All right, I'll make my point of view.
To looking at other sites. This has been extremely difficult walking into this situation and having such a short timeline as part of the 2018 agreement. As was said, all of a sudden we had to come up with a site in 6 months. I think there was some assumption, probably by the courts, that over the 3+ years this was being negotiated, that some of this work was actually happening. I don't see it as happening. I think that we missed an opportunity at Dixie-Dale. I came before the committee 2 years ago to talk about that separate's not equal, that there should have been more building on the Dixie-Dale site. I found out this year that the developer also owns 4 acres plus of land, 4 to 6 acres of land on the opposite side of the Dixie-Dale site. They're going to be coming and requesting the ability to build 4 to 5 luxury homes on that site.
Please respect the committee woman.
And they've owned that property since the beginning. So why wasn't that used for affordable housing? I think there's been missed opportunities over these 4 years. because we purchased open space land, and we could have used that open space land. So I think it's very difficult at this point, and I can only speak to the last 10 months. I can't speak to what's happened for the past 4 years. But when we got to this point, there isn't the ability to go back and say to the developer, you should have more units on the Dixie-Dale site. They should be inclusionary. They should be within this building envelope so that people aren't segregated in one site that's not as desirable. If we had been able to negotiate that deal better in the benefit of the residents and not for the benefit of the developer, we would have been able to have the skate park open. So we wouldn't have those sites at the skate park, the housing at the skate park. And we could have used the skate park site for more affordable housing. We may not have been able to get all 65 units there, but we could certainly give it a start there. And to your point, you're right. They would have had access to the ShopRite, they would have been able to walk. All of those issues could have been solved had we better negotiated the Dixie-Dale site to the advantage of residents and not the developer. So where does that leave us going forward? We can't go backwards. We can't go back over the 3 years and wonder why none of this happened. And we're left with a decision that was made in 2018 that was forcing us to choose a site by July. That's not enough time. It's not enough time to do the research. It's not enough time to go through all the calculations, the financial analysis. It's not enough time to figure out what the heck is going on with this building. It's not enough time to address the police issue, which we found out about in July. It's not enough time to do any of that. So I would absolutely be open to trying to delay this process, to trying to come up with other ideas. I think it's important also to look at potentially, could we do a hybrid? Who says that we have to do, I mean, I know the committee agreed to 100% municipally, 100% affordable housing that both requires municipal land and requires municipal funding. I understand that that was the agreement. But who says that that has to be the agreement? Why can't we look at some sort of market rate units plus affordable units that over time could get us to a point that we want to be? That way, the affordable housing would be integrated with market rate housing, and people wouldn't be separated into one big space. That's a much better social construct for affordable housing than just having a separate unit. So I think it's important for us to take the step back. I think it's important for us to take. I think it's important for us to take this step back. I think it's very important to take this step back. And I think that, you know, putting our heads back together, we knew that this was going to be a difficult meeting. We know that there's been 3 years plus of frustration of not hearing about this. We know there's been questions asked about this. I was up at the mic too. So my personal opinion is I think that we need more time. And I hope that we can get that.
So I would like to hear, to the committee members who have been here longer, I want to hear how realistic, based on all the information you've had over the past 4 years, how realistic that an alternative site will be located.
Well, I'll make my comments. For Tracy to say that the Dixie-Dale negotiated thing was a disaster, I think it couldn't be further from the truth. We've got 50 high-end homes, townhouses being built there. The studies have shown, as we've learned at other similar developments in town, that those types of developments are more empty nesters and not ones that have families there. That's a good thing from our perspective as it relates to the impact of the school system. The Dixie-Dale folks are building 50 or so units there. The alternative could have been 350 plus units. Think about that. 350 units. What would that do for traffic, for students, and everything other impact in the infrastructure in this town? Not only that, the Dixie-Dale folks are paying, as the mayor had said, and operating and managing the affordable housing at the skate park. which was a designated spot for affordable housing decades ago. Brings ourselves to where we are today.
Please.
Last December, we finished the negotiations that we were going to find additional spots in the town for these 74 units or so. Obviously, everything that's been done in the past has been primarily an executive session because of litigation. There is a transparency issue, perceived transparency issue from all residents, which is warranted. We know at the last meeting, this came up out of nowhere to most residents. We could have done a better job of communicating. One, saying, hey, guess what? We're coming into an agreement in terms of proposal sites, and this is what it's going to be. So that, and I think the entire committee, particularly the communications committee, should apologize for the lack of ability of communicating this to all of your residents. One. Two, when we voted last week, or the last meeting, I had asked Albert specifically, right? We're going to vote tonight to basically protect ourselves from a builder remedy lawsuit. Could that happen in the next month or 2 months? Maybe, maybe not. We could roll the dice. Someone asked, where else can you build properties in this town? What are the other large parcels in this town where you could build something? One place comes to mind, Noe Pond. Noe Pond. Think about Noe Pond. How many acres are there? How would we like it if Noe Pond, we don't do anything. Builder remedy lawsuit comes in, we have an obligation to do something. A builder comes in, knocks on the court's door and says, you know what? Chatham Township here has to do affordable housing. They're not doing anything. They put their hands down, their pencils are down, they're not going to be cooperative on this. Noe Pond is zoned for single-family homes. Under this builder's remedy lawsuit, that goes out the door. The court says, you're right, boom, rezone multifamily houses. How many units are you going to get in Noe Pond there? You think 350? Probably more than 350. What's that going to do for the infrastructure of the town? What's that going to do for the student population? All right? There are no good, easy decisions in this process. The anger is on that side, the anger is on this side, okay? We are where we are today. To your point, Stacy, are there other opportunities in those locations? We've heard tonight that people think that there are. And you know what? Maybe there's different ways of looking at the sites that we've already looked at, and maybe there's another way we could actually evaluate them differently. Different eyes, different lenses can look at this, right? I think we've seen that tonight. The fact of the matter is, December 12th, if we have this vote to give recommendation to Howard how he proceeds with the court, you had one person already on record, Karen, who said no. Tracy is committed to saying no as well. Correct me if I'm wrong. To reevaluate.
No, yeah, she said.
I'll commit myself to telling Albert, asking Albert to say, you know what? Tell the courts we need more time. We'll roll our dice and hope that nothing happens. Those are your three votes. If you want to try to persuade Mike and Typhoon, you got their emails, you got their phone numbers, do it as well. All you need is three. Myself, Karen, and Tracy. The recommendation will be to tell Albert to go to the courts and tell them, you know what, we need more time. We're not going to do this. The Muni building is off the block. What that means, last meeting December 12th, January 1st or 2nd, we have a reorganization meeting. You have 2 new committee members coming on board. I'm gone, Typhoon is gone. Stacy is one of them, Celeste Fondaco is another one. You want to keep this conversation going? This room should be filled like this all the time, right? I'm glad you're all here tonight, but let's be honest. I've been on this committee for 6 years. I can count on my hand how many times this room has been filled to capacity. Maybe 3 times. If you guys want your voices to be heard, please come out. Come out, get involved, motivate your neighbors who aren't even here tonight, because you know what? This is 100+ people here. We can have 1,000 people here, and you can do it. Get involved, stay involved, come out. With the new committees on the board here, let your voice be heard.
Thank you, Karen. Yes, Deputy Mayor, yes, I'd like to go. Sure. Hold on, please, please respect. Please respect the Deputy Mayor.
I want to start off by saying, again, it's been said many times tonight, but thank you for coming. I mean, I think that everybody here has seen a lot of comments on Facebook, a lot of emails back and forth. You could have stayed there on the sidelines and just take shots. You put yourself out. You came here to educate yourself, to convey your opinions, and I congratulate you for it. And I understand the frustration that you feel. I think everyone here has said that there's a lot of frustration on this side of the board as well, so please appreciate that. But I just want to reiterate a couple things. I think you're very justified in feeling that this township committee could not find its way out of a paper bag. That's the sense that's coming out. And I think that I want to touch base on a couple of the historical successes of this township committee and of our predecessors, because it goes back. And I think that there's probably not a community in New Jersey that has been as successful as we have up until this point. I think that we started off with an obligation for 647 affordable housing, and we didn't accept that. We negotiated, we joined a consortium to hire a planner. We ended up getting that, almost cutting that number in half, from 647 down to 387. We would have liked to have gotten it lower, but it was cut almost in half. And then of that 387, we had the court's planner, their professional planner, come here to the town, look at the actual properties that are in town, and he reduced that number to 200 as our realistic development potential. The other 187 got held in abeyance in case somebody came out of the blue to develop some unexpected piece of property. But the 200 now was our realistic development potential. We then took care of 72 of those 200 units simply by going to the Vernon Grove apartments down in Chatham Glen and negotiating an extension of those affordability controls. Those 72 units had been built 32 years ago. They were affordable for 30 years. They were gone. They were off the table. They were going to become market rate units. And without adding a single additional constructed unit in this town, we were able to negotiate with the homeowners association at Vernon Grove and reach an amicable decision where we paid a very reasonable amount, $29,000 a year, into their homeowners association, and in exchange, they extended their affordability controls for another 30 years. That was a tremendous success. If this whole exercise was the Triple Crown, that would have been winning the Kentucky Derby. We took care of probably of a little bit more than a third of our 200 obligated units. We took care of them without impacting a single neighborhood. We then continued on that 200, the remaining units that we had to face as an obligation, and we had the Dixie-Dale developers come to us and propose a very, very low-density development on our biggest piece of developable property, the Dixie-Dale estate, which by all accounts could have contained something in the neighborhood of 400 to 450 units, which would have totally changed not only that portion of the town, but all of our lives. There's been some questions tonight that we've gone too easy on that developer. Please appreciate the fact that that developer, because of the property owner, did not want to develop the property overly densely. They searched out a developer who was like-minded to have a low-density development of 54 and then reduced to 53 units, that they would preserve 40% of that property as open space, that they would restore the mansion, which is a part of the history of the town, and that they would, only for the donated piece of property that it would be built on, that they would build 24 affordable units. They would design it, they would build it, they would work with the costs of selecting the tenants, and then they would manage it for 30 years at no expense to the township. Now, we've had trauma here tonight about the difficulties of dealing with affordable housing. That's another 24 units that we solved without this kind of trauma. And I think if this was, again, the Triple Crown, that would be the Preakness, winning the Preakness. We are 2/3 of the way toward hitting the Triple Crown on this very, very difficult situation. Now, we're hearing tonight that this third difficult step needs more attention. And I hear what you're saying. I think that I would go back and look at that and see, well, have we examined every opportunity? But I think there have not been a lot of concrete specific sites being mentioned to help us out. There's been a lot of sentiment here tonight that what we're proposing is not on target. There's been a lot of sentiment to take more time and look at it more carefully, and I certainly agree with that 100%. But we still have to take that last very difficult step of finding another site that does the best for Chatham Township. And I can commit that I will look at that with that in mind and do my best to resolve that issue. But please appreciate the fact that this Township Committee and our predecessors over the last handful of years, our professional staff who's been giving us good advice, some of our key residents like the Haars that own the Dixie Dale property and who had the goals and the low density priorities that they had. I think that a lot of appreciation needs to be given to a lot of people who have worked very, very hard to get us to where we are today. And I just hope we can do as well in the next step as we have done in the previous steps leading up to this.
Thank you.
Excuse me, so...
we forgot about you, Stacy.
Yeah, we forgot about me. So I would ask the same question. Karen, I know you voted it down, but you've also been here for 4 years, listening to all these discussions and the input, and sat through all the executive sessions. So I would have the same question for you. How likely it is that we will find an alternative location?
I don't think it's likely at all, but I also think we don't have a lot of land around here. So as difficult as it's going to be for us to find a place to buy new municipal office space and build it, I also think it's going to be very difficult for builders to come in here and mastermind new developments on their own dime. When we talk about losing the immunity from builder's remedy to come into our town and solve for our remaining obligation, we're talking about builders coming in on their own dime, with their own capital, and their own architects, and their own traffic studies, and their own engineers, and they've got to come in here and do it themselves. Well, you know what? I just don't see it happening. And so when we look at leaving this municipal building here for our own use, which is a Chatham Township asset, and using this for the practices that we always have, I do like the idea, and I would actually like to hear more about it. I know we have conflicting views about moving more of our police operation here. Frankly, that would free up a little bit more property to protect our other valuable assets down at the DPW yard, where a lot of those things are unprotected. I think we could actually use a little bit more buffer between residential and DPW over there where we're going to put new units at the skate park. However, perhaps there is a solution in utilizing this building more for our police department. But as far as running around with ourselves in a state of very high emotion to make sure that we actually go out and solve this problem for the Fair Share Housing Center, I don't see the need to do it. I think that we should just do what's best for our town, do what's best for our folks here. And if a developer wants to come into this town, as I said a week and a half ago, and start cobbling together pieces of property and building some multifamily housing, then let them try it. Let them try and piece together pieces of property and do it on their own dime.
So you do bring up the risk side of the equation that I want to understand. Please indulge me just a couple more quick questions. So let me make sure I understand. In terms of builder's remedy, where we give up our zoning control, effectively, if a builder comes in and says, wants to buy my half-acre property and can put in 6 market-rate townhomes.
I don't know if he could put 6 market-rate homes on a half an acre. Did you say a half an acre?
A half-an-acre property.
He's got to buy
in a
it.
residential neighborhood.
He's got to engineer it. He's got to buy it. He's got to do all the infrastructure, and then he's got to sell it.
But I'm saying if we are not protected under builder's remedy, protected from builder's remedy, all that goes away. So effectively, as long as he says, I could put one affordable housing, and correct me if I'm wrong, please. I could put one affordable housing unit on Stacy's property, and I get to put 6 market rate units at $1.3 million townhomes each. That seems like a pretty sweet deal. Is that a correct understanding of builder's remedy? And they get pretty much zoning control for that one unit affordable housing, because we're not meeting our obligation.
I believe that the qualification would be .83 acres, so a half acre would not qualify for that.
No, okay, there goes my retirement fund. But anyway, it's clearly there will be household, yeah.
But I think your point is that if a builder is able to find either a larger parcel or cobble together parcels, and can that be utilized to force a builder's remedy, the answer is yes.
Thank you. And then my last question is, realistically, could you just give me a quick summary on how realistic it is to fight affordable housing in the Mount Laurel in terms of just either letting it go or kicking the can down the road? What is the, historically in New Jersey, how likely is it to win and when you're battling affordable housing?
The track record is really not very good for municipalities. As I indicated to you, in this round of affordable housing litigation, there were 2 sets of municipalities that did not come to a settlement and took the cases to trial. And in both municipalities, the fair share prevailed for the most part, and the numbers that were assigned by the court far exceeded what the municipality was litigating for. In essence, with minor adjustments, fair share was able to prevail on those litigations. As a general rule, municipalities don't prevail in these cases, and it's my judgment that Chatham Township would not prevail on a builder's remedy litigation, provided that the circumstances were appropriate.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Yes.
Hi.
Yes, please.
Chris, please, 20 Candace Lane. So my questions actually circle around really more numbers-based. I think I heard you guys say earlier that this property has never been appraised, right? You don't know what it's worth?
Say again.
This property that we're sitting in, you guys don't know what it's worth, right? You never had it appraised?
We have an appraisal, I believe.
We've had our tax assessor look at it giving us an appraisal for the property, but we haven't gone out and gotten a formal appraisal for it.
So what's the tax assessor's appraisal?
I've got that in my office. I don't remember it off the top of my head. It's
But that's not the market value.
Right.
not. It's
right. I was gonna
it's
apply multiple to it, but
it's
we can-
88% of the market value. What he's what the assessor has this appraised at.
So nobody knows what it is?
I know what it.
How many acres are we sitting on here?
Approximately 12, but I can.
Approximately 12.
We can post.
So let's just say $6 million bucks.
We can
500 grand an acre.
Well, it's more than that, but we can post
Right,
that
that's
tomorrow.
what I assumed, but I was lowballing. So $6 million, $8 million, $10 million. We're literally giving it away, right? That's what we're doing.
No.
We're giving it away, and someone's building something on it. We could sell it, and then we could have $10 million to do something with, right? You go buy 3 different pieces of property that you could then give away, and you could have 3 20-unit developments. That seems like a good idea. I'm bringing up ideas. You guys asked for ideas, right? And then you could sparse out the development, and it's not 60 units right here, right? Somebody would probably pay $6 to $10 million here, put up a bunch of houses, sell them, and make money. I would.
Okay.
So that's one. That's one option.
Just a quick caveat is that the proposal that's on the table is not to give away large parts of this property. We're going to keep the ball field, we would keep the parking lot. we would
But
keep
for
the
$10 million
senior
bucks, we could put a
citizen,
ball field somewhere else.
we'd keep the gym. So just a clarification, that's all.
And we're keeping the senior center, we're keeping the gym.
I'm just saying, we sell this thing for a lot of money, we got a lot of options, right?
Okay.
Sounds about right.
All right, okay, good. So that's one. 2, does anybody know what it's going to cost us to build the new town hall? We haven't had that assessed yet, right?
We looked at it, yep, we do have.
So we have an idea? Do we know what that is?
We have an
Are you willing to share that?
It's on the, yes, you can do it.
We're projecting that the building we would need would be about 28,000 square feet, but the township, or the Borough of Wanacue in 2015, they opened up their municipal building, which is approximately the same size. It was $9 million all in, and they had to buy 2 small pieces of property. So I would expect it to be somewhere around there. It would be more based on, there's a couple more years of inflation, but somewhere in, in that $10 to $12 million area.
And we don't have any like reserves for that either, right? So we either got to take out debt or find other ways to finance that.
That would be correct.
So again, selling this property might help that too.
Could be. But we would still have to find, we would still have to find a place for our 74 affordable housing units.
Right. I'm just trying to bring up the fact that we have a valuable asset here and we're literally giving it away.
Well,
and nobody's even gotten it appraised. And we don't even know what it's worth.
We do.
We just have the tax assessor's value. And then we're assuming, that's 88% of whatever the tax assessor says it is, right?
Okay, so keep going, please.
No, that's it. That's all I got. Thank you.
Hi, Jen, sorry, my wife. Sorry, Jen Matthews, Long Hill Lane. Oh my God, I have no voice.
No, water, we got water.
It's a quick question, though. No, this is the cold. It's a quick question. And maybe it's already been answered, but will you be able to provide us with a list of all the properties that you discussed behind closed doors, with maybe a brief reason why you decided not to choose that? Because I know the 3, I think, were the top 3 were in the presentation, but a lot of people here have had ideas, and you've mentioned that a lot have been discussed. Now that it's all out in the open, pretty much, I think, if you could provide us with a list as soon as possible of all those that have been considered and why they were taken off the table, I think that would be helpful.
Yeah, perfect, yeah. We have the question and answers document on our website, so that's part of that document, but we can give you more information if you'd like. Yes, please.
My name is Chris Kane, 764 River Road. So my first question is with regards to where the skate park is and the police department. Why is that lot not suitable for placing all of the low-income housing?
Yes, please.
The skateboard park, why is not that?
Why is, if you take all of the land there, where the police department currently stands, if that was removed, would that lot be sufficient for all the units that have to be developed?
So your question is, if you remove the police department, if you located it someplace else?
Which I would say right here,
Yeah.
so that all the town functions are here at this building, yes.
So then theoretically, you would be able to lay out the additional 74 units on that site.
Yes, so why is that not considered?
But you would have to go to the DEP. I mean, you could lay it out, but there are constraints, and you would have to figure out where are those constraints. You have to, the setback's going to be 150 feet.
Well, those are certainly factors to take into consideration, but those could be brought up in committee, and then we can hear about those. And it seems like certainly the property's big enough. It looks bigger than the piece of property we're talking about here.
No, it's about the same size.
Yeah. So I know I'm not an architect, but eyeballing it, it looks like it's big enough to me. My second question is, has there been any study done on what the impact of our homes will take, what the hit will take? Is there any definitive percentage loss we would take in our property value when a low-income housing unit is placed into a neighborhood?
If you can answer. can't answer.
You know, not specifically. There had been studies from Rutgers, and I believe that our financial advisors had done some analysis for other communities about that, but there's been no specific studies about that here in Chatham
Is there a
Township.
ballpark number?
We really haven't looked at that because we're trying to implement a court-ordered settlement, or a settlement that was agreed to by the court, so the answer is no.
Understood. But you understand our concern with our property values if it's placed here, whereas if the skate park was used for the entirety of it, the amount of, the distance it is from any other neighborhood, I don't think it would have the same dramatic impact. And I just one final question.
Sure.
If we do find ourselves in, let's see, builder's remedy, how do we get out of it?
When the court makes a decision. I don't understand your question. When do we get
Well,
out
I'm
of it?
saying, is it a,
Either it's resolved through
so
litigation.
what, right, okay, I'm sorry.
And a settlement, or you go to trial and the court makes a decision, and then the court says this is what the obligation is, and appoints a master to review the building options at that particular property, and
If once that step takes place, is autonomy given back to the township?
is autonomy given back to the township. If the town, if the complete affordable housing obligation is met.
Then we would be in charge of our own zoning again.
Yes, I think so. I'm not sure, but the idea would be is that you'd have to fulfill your obligation, the municipal obligation,
Right,
before you
understand.
regain back your control.
Okay, thank you.
Can you ask when Rutgers
Thank you.
did the study and how much it dropped the property value?
Yeah, how was Rutgers impacted with the,
Property, there was a study made by Rutgers, the property value drop in other communities. What was that drop?
Right, I think we may be confusing certain things. The Rutgers study that I believe was referenced is how the number of school children are calculated. There's a separate study for, okay, all right.
so
Yes, that can be part
that
of
would
the
be
frequently
something that
asked
we would
questions.
like to know about at the
Again,
next
any
committee
questions
meeting.
that you don't have an answer, it will be part of the FAQs, and it will be on the website once they put up.
Thank you.
so much. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Liz Burnich from 55 Johnson Drive. I think it's so shocking to me and many of the people here that these decisions have been made behind closed doors without certain studies being made, as if making the decision to use this building because there's land in front of it that buffers it from the street would keep it kind of out of sight, out of mind. Perhaps that was one of the reasons why this particular property was chosen. But I think there's been a lot of good ideas shared tonight, and a lot of talents and a lot of experiences, and it just makes me wonder if we can form a special committee specifically to address this particular issue with some of the experienced people here in the room, such as our friend who's got the building experience and has had a tremendous amount of experience with various municipalities. I don't think any of you took this role with the intention of being at the helm of such a big decision that's obviously impacting hundreds and hundreds of people in this town. And I don't think any of you take it lightly, but I don't, in fairness, think any of you have the expertise. And I think these decisions get made as a group with advisors, maybe professional advisors who can offer a little bit more of a complete picture, rather than it feels a little shortcutted. And it feels like you guys were put in a corner, and it feels like we're certainly put in a corner. We'll have a total of, 3 weeks from your initial vote to your final vote, including, a 4-day holiday weekend. How is that just to us? We voted you in. You have an obligation to us, and I appreciate you listening to us tonight, but I sure as hell hope you're going to take all of our feedback to heart tonight. We're your neighbors. Just because you all don't live in this particular 1 mile radius doesn't mean that you're not our neighbors. We see you, we see your children. We want you to be with us, right? We want to be together on this. There should have been a vote on this in some way, shape, or form. There should be, we have to vote on school budget increases. Why don't we have to vote on this? This is probably the biggest thing we'll have to decide. How many votes did we have on the darn auditorium? This is probably the biggest decision our town will make as far as our livelihoods and the value, the quality of life. There's not even been a traffic study done. I mean, come on, have you guys been on this road at 3, 4, 5 o'clock in the afternoon? It is horrendous. You can't make a left turn off Fairmount onto River without risking your life. How many accidents? We have formed a committee and a group to try to get a traffic light at the bottom of River. Why is that so hard? So what I would just implore you to do is go home and really think hard about how you can come back together, get some better advice, frankly, from maybe some of our community residents for free. Put together a task force. I'm an executive recruiter. I'm happy to interview them. You give me a list of criteria of what you need on your committee. I will find them in our community because they clearly exist. We have some great ideas. This gentleman has a whole list. So the fact that I heard just like 10 minutes ago that no one's put any concrete ideas together and this gentleman went and emailed you a full list before the meeting is actually insulting. Okay, all right. Well, so there are options. And I think there have been some great options tonight. There's some great talents here. I would just implore you to please think really hard about your options and get some better advice on the impact this is going to have, and potentially put a vote together in a special committee.
Thank you.
Genevieve Castellino, 104 Ormont Road. Actually, that was going to be one of the points that I was going to make, that in the past couple of years that I've been watching the committee and the planning board, I haven't seen a single architect, a single civil engineer, or a single technical person who is a professional who can advise on these matters. And when I've brought it up, I wasn't treated with the utmost respect when I did. So this is stuff that we've been talking about for the past 3 years. Using that as a segue, Karen mentioned that we should allow builders, to go for it. As I see it, and as we've heard today, you've been wrong about pretty much everything. In terms of planning, in terms of fiscal planning, in terms of maintenance, in terms of communicating adequately with the residents. So why should any of us believe that that's a risk we should be willing to take? That's a question. Okay. No, because, you said it quite confidently that if we invite builders, and I can tell you, in a town like Chatham that has such an excellent school system, I'm pretty darn sure there's a couple of builders who'd like to get their feet in here. So, thank you. The next question I wanted to ask is, how do I get the minutes of the executive sessions? What is specifically the law or whatever it is that keeps it under wraps and unable to be viewed? Because I'd like to see it going back 6 years.
You can make an Open Public Records Act request and the clerk will address it. But generally litigation remains confidential until the litigation is concluded.
So there must be certain portions of these executive sessions that isn't under litigation. These are just conversations that committee members are having with each other, just to get a sense of who is in the room and what are they saying and how are they thinking, because at the end of the day, we're talking about a $15 million budget that the township has after we give 65% to the schools and 15% to the county. $15 million, I think, is enough money to understand how these decisions are being made. We built 300 homes here in Chatham in the past 12 years, and we are going to put 53 at Dixie-Dale, 24 at the skate park on land that I understand wasn't appraised. We are going to put another 65 at the municipal building. Well, after today, maybe not. We are putting another 9 that we don't know where we're going to put. The builder's remedy immunity is granted only till 2025. So should, let's say, a large piece of property come up and we build more than 6 homes, we're kicking off the other 155 unmet need. Is there any talk about that at all? How are we planning to kick that can down the road? And finally, which to me is the most alarming thing, the borough is putting up as many as 400 units. Sorry? What? Okay. The borough is putting up 400 units. So in total, we have about 650 units going up between Chatham Township and Chatham Borough. And my fundamental question is, who is talking to the borough in all of this? Is there any communication at all happening with them as to how we're dealing with it? We share the school services, but are we talking to them when we're making these decisions?
The answer is that we've had some communications with the borough. We have not talked about the affordable housing settlement with them, but I have had conversations with my colleague in the borough about some of the general issues that are that both communities have to deal with. We had discussions about the impact of Dixie-Dale. That was also with my colleague from New Providence, because there was going to be bridges that were going to be replaced, so we wanted to make sure the timing was going to be adequate for that. But in general, it's only been elementary discussions with the borough.
Okay, so in conclusion, I think 3 things are very important: that we get a group of professionals in the room who can discuss this, and this should include lawyers and engineers and architects, and especially master planners. Because at the end of the day, I think that the fundamental failure here has been a decades-long effort not to understand how town planning works. And I hope we can do better going forward. Thank you.
We will give, if anyone else would like to speak first, then you can come back and speak, Mrs. Devon.
Hi, Doug Pitney, 54 Mountain View Road. I came before you a week ago Thursday, having just learned about the fact that this is a proposal, and it was pretty shocking, and I had pretty much a knee-jerk reaction that night, Thursday night. And I told you that I was going to do some due diligence, and I've been doing my best to do that. And I can understand how much work you did, because I know how much work that I put in, and there's still a lot more to do. So I want to read a couple of things. As concerned citizens and taxpayers in Chatham Township, I believe that the current Chatham Township Committee can take a better path to fulfilling the municipality's affordable housing agreement. To that end, I propose that additional sites and opportunities be thoroughly publicly vetted with sound municipal planning ideas prior to memorializing a developer's agreement at any one location or with any one builder. Then I have a section I've titled Implementation of Alternatives. This to me is part of planning, and it's part of what I had a quick discussion of a week and a half ago that I don't think, and it's been brought up before, I don't think this town has been doing any planning. And to me, planning to put any type of high-density unit on this corridor is just not appropriate planning. That's step one. I don't care whether it's affordable housing or any housing. Putting 50-some-odd units, 60-some-odd units in this particular spot is not good planning. But to that end, fully understand the obligations of meeting affordable housing requirements while at the same time impart sound master planning as it applies to the appropriate needs of families who have income restrictions and still need convenient access to public transportation, employment opportunity to sustain their livelihood, and shopping convenience. 2, fully understand the traffic impact of any proposed development on a particular neighborhood and its surrounding substandard dangerous intersections. That's obviously been referred to this evening. Fully understand the infrastructure requirements for a higher density development that has never been considered in that location on the municipality's master plan. As a civil engineering student, I was taught something about master planning, and I know that this particular site is master planned for half-acre lots. Half-acre lots don't have quite as many toilets as 65 units. So I don't know whether the sewer can be handled at this location. That's number one. That's what I'm referring to. 4th, fully understand the potential sites, partnerships, and land acquisitions that may offer the best planned solution in keeping with environmental and quality of life goals and expectations that Chatham Township residents strive for. This is very difficult because obviously we're striving to create open space. We want to be purveyors of open space land to help protect the Great Swamp. That's fantastic. At the same time, we may have developed a situation where we've actually created our own problem by taking those developable properties, if they're planned correctly, making them useful to make Mount Laurel obligations, and then move forward, and we wouldn't be in this position at this point. Again, that's in the past. We have to think forward in the future. Fully understand the short and long-term impact of the costliest line item on our property tax bill, the school tax. That's not something that I can speak to, but I have been meeting with some residents. I would like to meet with some of the other folks and push around some more ideas. Here's my solution. Plan to use the existing municipal building for all non-maintenance and construction activities. This includes relocation of the first floor space to accept occupancy by the police department with associated improvements to comply with new security and detention regulations. Renovation shall include resurfacing the roof, replacing the windows, and adding insulating ceiling panels. Re-engineer the Arbor Green, number 2, re-engineer the Arbor Green project to 48 or more affordable housing units. Accomplish this by convincing the Fair Share Housing Center to work with the DEP to assuage the 150-foot wetland setback to the 50-foot setback that was established by constructing the skate park. I need more than 30 seconds, sir. Now, I got a copy of the Arbor Green plans sitting in my living room. It took me a half an hour tonight to figure out that I could put at least 24 more units if I remove the police station and put it here. At least 24. I don't think you can get 65 there unless you build 3 stories. If you want to build 3 stories, consider it. Here's where I have a suggestion. Open discussions with Chatham Hill Apartments. Options include construction of a strip of units against the northern edge of the complex between the underutilized parking strip and property line. Facilitate release of setback requirements by invoking the mandate that Chatham Township comply with the Fair Share Housing Agreement. Easily 51 units if you only get 24 more at the skate park. This is where I'm talking about you have to open the box. You have to get outside the box. There are innumerable opportunities in this township to build on properties that have wetlands and other environmental issues. I've been through probably the same ones that you have, and I dare say I probably found a few more.
Thank you.
It may not be reasonable to do that, but there is a good reasonable solution to approach an apartment owner and say, there's a piece of property up against right where these affordable housing people need to be, so that it's convenient for them to shop. to potentially secure work positions and be closer to mass transit. So that is one opportunity. I don't think, nobody's mentioned that, but it's there. It's right in front of us.
Thank you, and could you please, can we get a copy of your
Yes.
research or something?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
perfect.
If you'd like to email that to me, I'll distribute it to the committee.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Bhaskar Nair, 700 Fairmont. So I came into the meeting and I echo a lot of the voices that I've heard from my fellow residents here. I was not happy to hear and learn about this process. I recently moved into Chatham 2 years back. My kids go to school here. The primary reason why we did the research and finding Chatham at home is we met a lot of people. It was very good feeling, good community feeling. And this is definitely not. I've worked with Bob Hoffman and a few of the other folks trying to build my house. It was a good communication in terms of what needs to be done, working with our engineering department and everything. So when I heard that this big decision has been made where I have built my house and not being open about it, so I appreciate you guys all trying to reconsider that and being more open about it. And what I learned today was a lot, and I think it'll be good that if you guys can try to push for a due date or look into other options based on the December 12th or January 12th vote. And a follow-up question, having built a home in Chatham, I just wanted to ask, in one of the presentations that I read in terms of comparing the cost, and it basically boiled down to, simplifying the numbers, it was a $5 million number rolled into 30 years. These estimates were based on 2008 building assessment that you did. Are those things going to be improved, or meaning updated based on what we discussed? Or this is pretty much what you guys are going to use your discussion points to make the decisions going forward?
Go ahead.
The 30-year analysis, were you saying that it was based on the 2008?
Yeah, 2008, and one consultant that you consulted, 2008, the building materials, the efficiency standards, the products that are available are immensely different in 2020, or when you're going to build in 2025. So all those costs needs to be accounted for or considered in your analysis is what I'm suggesting. Maybe you've already done that, but maybe that we should look into. And a $5 million number over 30 years, present value that with any kind of interest is not much of a difference when you try to move this building and building something else. So that's just a suggestion.
Sure. No, it's a good suggestion to update that.
And follow-up, are any of the builders who are coming in and building, are they going to be held to the same standard as individuals trying to build a new home, meaning steep slopes, setback, variances, wetlands? Or when you hand this property to the builder, are you going to change every underlying rules that is applicable to an individual homeowner who's trying to build a house?
No, they have to conform to our, to our rules and regulations.
Okay, that's what I thought.
One of the reasons that we were looking at this building and building without using the foundation is because the foundation is here, so we would not have to look at the wetlands buffer issues because our foundation is already in place.
Well, yeah, if I may just add, there will be, the requirements for this zone currently don't match what is proposed for a multifamily building here. So there would have to be design standards developed within the context, as Mr. Hoffman said, of the footprint of this building.
Okay.
Okay? So the footprint will remain the same. There may be things that have to be added with respect to the height, the architectural details of the outside of the building, things of that nature. But the concept being is to keep the footprint the same.
Okay.
There may be a need for a reconfiguration of a parking lot, things of that nature.
Yeah, the whole reason to bring that up is to what Mr. Schwartz was saying in terms of going with the builder's remedy. It's very difficult to develop a property in Chatham based on the rules and regulations because we wanted to maintain the absolute standards here. So For somebody to come, get parcels of land, and just to throw down and develop, it's very, very difficult. I mean, I have made a decision personally that I'm not going to build anymore, and even for a person. So it's very difficult to do it. So we should not give this land away. We should consider it for options, other alternatives based on what we heard today. And I applaud you guys that trying to do that route. What's happened has happened, so at least we can try to move forward and try to find creative solutions here.
Part of the response to that is what the mayor said before is, under a builder's remedy, you do lose control of your zoning. So the court is the one that's going to determine what the appropriate zoning would be here for, or in any place in town, for an affordable housing development or an inclusionary development. So yes, under normal circumstances, a builder would have to comply with all of the ordinances, steep slopes, wetlands, buffers, things of that nature. When you're in a builder's remedy suit, those rules change.
Okay.
And when they change, the township does not necessarily have control over them.
Not fully control, meaning you could change some of it.
The builder's remedy, the remedy is to have new zoning imposed or a new standard of what is to be built.
So it will be definitely within reason so that you don't impact your neighbors or community. Is that correct?
That may not be the case
It may not be the case.
under a builder's remedy because, as the mayor said and other committee members have said, you lose control of your zoning. So it is a court or a special master in a court that's going to be determining what's appropriate or not. There will be a negotiation process to get to that point, but it's not the municipal governing body or the planning board or the zoning board that makes that ultimate determination.
So they won't, what I'm saying is, what I just want to understand is that if they choose a site where you can build based on the builder's remedy, will there be a chance that they could build such that there is negative consequences or anything for the neighboring properties? If that's the case, we would still have the appeal process and all those things to work those things, meaning I had to go through that. Every builder, every person who builds this has to go through that. We have to educate the variance council to basically get approvals. All those things would apply to them. And what it all means is that it's just not that they can come with their bulldozers and start building up 5-story buildings here in Chatham without being cognizant of what is required and what needs to be done.
Right, I don't mean to imply that success by a builder on a builder's remedy will mean that the bulldozers come here tomorrow. But what it does mean is that the rules are not set by the township committee. They're set by the court as a result of the remedy. That's the remedy. The remedy is what the density is, what the layout is going to be, height, things of that nature, to accommodate an affordable housing development that has both market units and affordable units.
Okay? Thank you.
Thank you.
Jim Pignatello, 93 Candace Lane. In the PowerPoint, you mentioned one of the properties was ruled out due to you'd have to build 4 stories. And my understanding is you're going to build 3 stories here, and it's going to go over the top of the senior center. So in effect, you're going to have 4 stories in the back. You might only have 3 in the front, but it's still 4 stories in the back. And the height ordinance, unless it's changed, I'm not aware of, is 35 feet. So you're probably going to be over the height ordinance too, but that doesn't matter here. Because the senior center is a full story above grade. So if you go 3 more stories above that, you're 4 stories. Yeah, but
The
But
property on River Road that, that was in the PowerPoint, it was at grade parking, so, and then it was 4 stories above that. So front and back, you would be looking at, ground level parking and then 4 stories above it.
So you're going to be 5.
Yeah. So here, with the 3 stories, when you're looking at it from the front corner, the 3 stories would be under the 35-foot, height. But then I'm not sure where the mechanicals would be placed. Whether that would be,
But around the back would probably not be under the 35-foot height.
with the mechanicals.
No, with the building over the senior citizens.
Well,
you're going to be 4 stories there. Most likely it's going to be more than 35 feet.
Well, the senior center is built in the basement, so it's.
But it's above grade.
It's above grade. It's above grade. It's above grade in the back. Yes, but.
Yes. And in the past, when the 35-foot ordinance came into effect, it didn't matter where as the 35. Has it been changed? I'm not aware of any change, but average.
So one point can be 40 feet as long as you've got a place where you can get access.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. That's my-
Thank you. Mrs. Devlin, sorry.
How you doing? Scott Citron, right here on Mountain View. I don't think that you've seen this many people come to a meeting. I'm pretty sure that's never happened. And I want to thank you guys you guys have a 49 Mountain View. And I want to thank you guys. You have a tough job here. But I do want to ask each member, will they vote for a delay in December 12th?
I think I already communicated that, I will.
Thank you.
100%.
Most likely.
Thank you.
Yes, I'm looking at trying to relook at these.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
You did a great job.
Hi, my name is Tina Shen. I live on Jody Lane. I have a couple questions. Oh God, don't egg my house, 10. So I know that there's a lot of criteria around like where you can or can't have these housing. Some of them I feel like I've missed why there's been these rules around it. Like why does it have to be municipal owned and municipal like ordinances? Like what's the reason for that and why 4 stories or 5 stories or like specifically why? Because I feel like these are prohibiting these rules that I'm not, well versed in, prohibit a lot of these ideas that are being thrown out. Oh, well, we have this rule, but what's the purpose of, like, what's the specific reason for those rules? Like, specifically those 2 things, the 4 stories and also, like, why does it have to be municipal owned? Why can't it be, whatever, Chatham Hills or...
To fulfill an affordable housing obligation, there are many mechanisms that can be utilized. Okay. You've heard some of those mechanisms described tonight. Inclusionary zoning, which means having a larger development that is probably more dense with market rate units and affordable units. That's one type of option. Another option that was exercised by the Township Committee is extending affordability controls on existing units. That was done at Chatham Glen. Another option is to provide for a group home. That was done. So there are various mechanisms that can be utilized for a municipality to fulfill its affordable housing obligation. The Township Committee, through the settlement agreement, chose the option of 100% municipally sponsored site.
Why? Why does it have to be 100%? Like, I don't understand.
Because what that does is if you're not building on a multiplier factor. If a private developer builds affordable housing, that developer will seek a higher density, so that the units that are market subsidize the affordables. So the ratio is, if it's 100 units of total units, 80% would be market units, 20% would be affordable. But on 100% affordable, a municipally sponsored development, there is no market component.
I see.
So instead of building 100 units, 80 market, 20 affordable, you only build 20 affordable.
Okay.
So you're removing the impact, whatever those impacts are, of 80 other units.
So what makes it 100% municipal owned? Like if you went and purchased a private property, wouldn't that be 100% municipal?
Correct. The municipality could go out and purchase private property for this purpose.
Okay. And then the other question is, let's say you went out to these condo developments and offered some kind of incentive for them to put up a number of units. Does that rule, that number ratio still apply? Like, if you split up the 65 to different various parts of town that aren't necessarily 100% municipal owned.
Correct. If it's not municipally owned, there's going to have to be a market component that contributes to the sustainability of the affordable unit. So if it's purely municipally sponsored development, that means the municipality is taking the option of backing or supporting that development, as opposed to a market development where you get higher number of units, but that is sustained by the overall development.
Got it. Sorry, one more question. So of these alternatives, or people have thrown out ideas, I guess some of them you've visited before, but others it sounds like you haven't thought of or are rethinking. I guess this is a general question, but how many of those ideas, or which ideas have you guys thought were, hey, like these are really great ideas that we can take a look at again? Like, are there 3 that you've heard? I know Mike has like a huge list for you, so maybe there'll be more later, but like how many have you guys personally thought, hey, like this is something I'm looking at specifically? Not for you.
I think I think that a lot of information has been heard tonight. It has to be reviewed and analyzed, and to ask anyone to make a decision.
No, it's not a decision. It's a feedback. Like, hey, well, I heard this. I thought that was a good idea. That I'm going to seriously consider again. Because a lot of proposals have come through, and there's a lot of nodding of heads, but no, like, oh, okay, that's not going to be turned down the minute we bring it up again. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to. I know there's been a lot of like crapping on you guys, but
I think committee has to come back and get together and discuss everything that was mentioned here tonight. And also, as everyone almost said, that they will delay it. So delaying means we'll have to look at all these options and to see what can be done. So
I mean, because
at this point, whatever options, and I don't think we are in the position to discuss now. I think there are a lot of options.
But delaying it means that we're
going to have to
you acknowledge that there are other sites or alternative remedies, right? Or no, or you're just delaying it because we're all yelling at you.
Well, it'll be delayed, but the fact of the matter is, the decision will be made by the next committee in January. Typhoon and myself are not going to be on this committee next January. You've got 2 new people coming on board. Stacy was at the podium or the microphone earlier, and Celeste. Those are the 5 folks who ultimately are going to be analyzing all the stuff that's been discussed tonight, working with this advisory committee if it comes to fruition, and then making that determination in terms of to give Albert to tell the courts, you know what, this is how we're moving forward.
So in part of,
Effectively, we're kicking the can down the road till January.
you're kicking the can, but you're not saying, hey, we're kicking the can because we have XYZ alternatives that we're looking at. You're just saying we're kicking the can.
I think we're kicking the can because y'all have come out tonight and said, you know what? Your decision from 2 weeks ago or a week ago doesn't sit right with us. You guys got to think harder and differently. Even if you looked at these different sites before and you said you didn't like Tanglewood for whatever reason, or you didn't like the steep slopes on River Road for whatever reason, you know what? Maybe you got to come up with a different solution. Maybe you got to look at it from a different angle. Maybe someone in this room or elsewhere listening on the TV at home or is going to read something on the tap tomorrow is going to say, you know what? I've got an idea. All those ideas need to come to fruition, come to the committee between now and sometime in January so they can analyze it and then come up with a determination. All right, you know what? This is how we're going to solve for it. Maybe it's not going to be all 74 in one particular spot. Maybe it'll be 20 here, maybe 10 there, maybe who knows? That's what you guys have come tonight to convince us. Say, you know what? You're moving too fast. Slow down. Think about it. How can you solve this differently? And I think by the vote tonight, indirectly, saying 4 folks are going to reconsider this, that's the direction Albert will get come December 12th when he goes to his meeting on the 17th of the courts. However he's going to articulate it is going to be to the effect of, we're still thinking.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Drew Quinn. I live at 39 Woodlawn Drive. First of all, I'd like to thank Anthony, police officer, for protecting us over the years. He's a wonderful neighbor also. I used to play back here when this was all apple trees when I was a kid. So I've talked to a lot of neighbors who live right around here, of course. And one of the biggest concerns is whether Mountain View will remain open if, in fact, they do build here. Does anybody know anything about that? The access from Mountain View, if it'll be open?
I think that one of the things that when this was proposed to the committee, I don't know if this was looked at prior to 2019. I can only speak for the time that I've been here. That one of the looks at this building was not only the state of the deterioration, the state of the, all of the stuff that has to happen in this building, but that we were able to retain the land, retain the senior center, retain all of these things that you've heard. So from my understanding, that was the benefit of keeping these lands, hopefully getting a new ball field, getting a new senior center, getting new recreation facilities. That was kind of the way we looked at it on the committee in terms of this property.
Right, but I mean, anybody that's been up to the bus stop at 3 o'clock has seen how crazy it is with the kids
I
up
would
there.
personally advocate for a dead end at the
Right.
end of Mountain View to
Adding
prevent
another-
new traffic coming in
another-
and out of your home. Yeah.
Whatever, how many kids, another 60, 100 cars going up and down this street. And I personally seen how crazy it is with cars coming off of Fairmont Avenue very fast, a lot of children there and stuff like that. And quite a few of the neighbors that I've talked to here the last thing they said, as like biting the bullet, if this is built, is they gotta close the Mountain View entrance. So, do you think that would happen?
Well, I obviously.
'Cause they're all gonna ask me-
The discussion of the neighbors would
Right.
definitely warrant that receiving our utmost
Okay.
attention. I personally, as I just said, Mr. Quinn would advocate for it 100%, yes.
Thank you very much.
And Drew, I mean, I think that all of us here would be very, very conscious of looking closely at the traffic impact there and looking at all the different solutions.
It's
on
a
how to-
zoo up there when the kids
Yeah,
are up there.
I mean, I drive by that bus stop daily.
Mhm.
I do live within half a mile of this.
Oh,
site.
I know where you live.
And, you know, I would be very concerned about increasing the traffic there, and I'd be optimistic that we'd be able to do something to make sure that didn't happen.
Now, would there possibly be a bus stop right outside the entrance over here on? It might have to be, right? Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, Mrs. Devlin.
Jane Devlin.
Address.
I'm confused just what is it the committee is going to vote on December 12th? Because at the last meeting, you spent until near midnight talking about how you did your due diligence and why this site, I'm not saying I agree with this site, but you all said why this site, if not the best option, was truly the only option pretty much left. Then the attorney had stated to the effect that time is running out. The courts are going to need an answer, I think, by December 17th or thereabouts. Tonight you said you're open to looking at some sites that you rejected in the past. Well, then are we supposed to assume you did not look at them thoroughly before? A gal asked tonight about a full list of the rejected sites, but we asked for that at the last Township Committee meeting, and we were told that would be compiled, and now here we are still asking for that tonight. Mr. Ritter asked at the last Township Committee meeting, and also brought up tonight, could we approach the courts saying that new committee members are coming on board in January? The lawyer replied to that changes in government structures happen all the time, and the courts are not going to be persuaded by that reason that we should have a pause or a reset. So I just want to ask again, are you sure you're not both misleading the citizens as well as just trying to pass the buck to the two new committee members and almost setting them up for failure, or expecting them to clean up the somewhat debacle of this affordable housing for the past couple of years? And everybody has spoken about maybe wanting to have an action committee, citizen input advisory group, but could the committee also address how do you plan to accomplish that from now until December 12th, or at least until December 17th, because the lawyer didn't seem confident he was going to get another abeyance. And I just wanted to close with the true question: what is it you're voting on December 12th? If you already voted, or are you able to undo your vote? What? You didn't vote to just have this forum tonight, and the vote was pending on December 12th. You made a vote. I'm not saying that was a good vote, but I don't understand. You seem to want another bite of the apple because everyone was annoyed tonight, and I just hope you're not just placating people. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Well, just 1 minute.
Sure.
Not more.
There's one person, you would like to speak?
Sure.
I'm sorry.
Be glad to.
We have to give.
May I just say respectfully, I did ask some questions. They weren't rhetorical questions. Can some of them be addressed? Maybe not all of them. You didn't. Some of them were easy ones. So, and I'm not being silly about it. But truly, I beg your pardon. But that's what really happens. You allow us to get up and voice the citizens' opinions and give the semblance you're hearing it and sort of having this Oprah or Dr. Phil moment with us, but then it seems to go in one ear and out the other, or we're kind of not really getting concrete or tangible reactions or answers to this. And I could assure you, with some of the people in the room tonight, I don't even agree with what they're saying, but I do agree with the process, and everybody has a right to be heard. And some people did make really good suggestions. I don't see how you're going to implement all this on December 12th. And again, what is it you're voting on if you already voted? And why don't we have the list from 2 weeks ago we asked for, and the gal in the audience is still asking for the same list, so just repeating some of the questions. Thank you again. So answer them.
Sure. Al will answer the procedural, what are we going to vote on next meeting, but I'm going to say one thing, though. I haven't seen Kurt and Tracy agreed on things a lot, so we all agreed here that we're going to relook into this and study more about it, and we heard you loud and clear, and so we're going to go back and work on it. I mean, we're going to see what other options, did we miss anything, and so the end result, I don't know what is going to be. You know, as I said.
Can I answer?
Sure, go ahead.
Realistically, there are two options that I see. One is that we kind of ignore everybody and proceed with this building because, as we all sat through as a committee, it's financially sound. Let's call it that. Two is that we go back and we look at the skate park property, and we look at how the skate park property can accommodate if we move the police building to here. I have to be honest with you. Those are the only two sites that right now we can look at reliably and go back to the courts and meet this ridiculous deadline that we're under. And to go out, we did go out, so those are the only sites that I know that we looked at. I don't know what you guys looked at in 2018 or 2017 or 2016. I don't know those sites. I only know the sites that we looked at now. And they were not great sites. It's not good to put somebody in the swamp where our recycling center is. That's not a good place. I wasn't necessarily opposed, I'll be honest, with the River Road site. I mean, it's not that it's going to cost money for the sewers, but I don't think necessarily the sewers are a bad thing for people who are on River Road. So I wasn't necessarily opposed to that. I know, Karen, you were vehemently opposed to it. And so that kind of got knocked out. And the, I can't even remember what the other site was. So anyway, honestly speaking, there has been, we bought all the land. We bought all the land for open space and we encumbered it. We could have looked at the land off of Southern Boulevard that we purchased a couple of years ago. That was 5 acres of land. That's off the books now. All of the open space is off the books. I think it's a very good point that we could have gone back and said, listen, you got to give us some room here. We live in the Grape Swamp. We are compromised by wetlands. So, give us a little here. It took us, when we did Shunpike Field, which is an existing field, and we wanted to improve drainage, the DEP, it took us 3 years to get that field done because we had to keep jumping through the DEP hoops. I think at the time when Dixie Dale was going after the skate park, there was a 150-foot setback for wetlands. It was 5 years. They could have gotten relief on that 150-foot setback, and we wouldn't have this kind of mosh of housing there in this 5-year time frame. But they didn't, and we didn't make them. So I think that
Please come up to the microphone if you want to talk.
I think that that is something that could have been looked at from the get-go. But it wasn't. So I think realistically what we can go back and do is we can't go back and we can't get the land back from Dixie Dale. We can't go back and build a Dixie Dale. We could potentially, I don't think we can go back on the property that was there, that they're going to look to build 4 to 5 luxury homes on.
Do you have to give approval for that in any way? Do you have to help them in any way at all?
The planning board approved it.
Is there anything else that you need to do? David Workman, 19 Susan Drive.
I think that deal is done. So realistically, that's what we're looking at, is whether we move the police department here. And I think everybody needs to understand the cost factor involved with this too. Because there is obviously a social cost, a land cost, a neighborhood cost, all of those things, but there's also going to be a cost to the residents. Because this building, as it's configured, and in the state that it's in, is not working anymore. It's not just the leaks, it's not just those kinds of things, it's the roof, it's the boilers, it's the HVAC systems, it's the windows, it's all of these things that haven't been done since they did the analysis in 2008. So there will be significant costs here to renovate this building. There will be significant costs.
I'd like to answer one of the other questions, if I may.
Sure.
I would not support the idea of putting together some kind of an exhaustive list of every property that we have thought about in the last 3 or 4 years. I think we have more important
I'm not
issues.
suggesting that, though.
I
just-
think
yeah.
we have more important issues that were raised tonight that should be addressed. I think it is perfectly doable to look around the township and look at the open space that we've purchased. It's Green Acre space, and while we could look at it, we could not really work with it. We've identified the 4 contenders, and maybe we can do a better job of explaining why they were contenders in the first place and why they were not the final recommendation going into tonight. But I think that one of the solutions here tonight was suggesting that we limited ourselves by looking at municipally owned property, and that maybe we should look at privately owned property that we could acquire. And that is something that I personally want to broach when we meet on Tuesday and on the 12th. But we can't. To me, it's a waste of time to go and put together some kind of a list of sites and then itemize why we looked at it and why we discarded it. I think we're all very capable of looking at sites that are underwater part of the year and coming to that conclusion ourselves.
Well, and I'm not suggesting that you do that. I'm responding to the statement Mr. Ritter made when he said that he would be open, and some of the other committees echoed, to re-looking at some of the sites they rejected. I'm not suggesting you should do that, but that did give the inference that you maybe didn't do due diligence originally. Perhaps you did, and you had a good reason for rejecting them, but then
Jane, you can't make us losers both ways. You
No.
can't say that we're losers if we go forward on the 12th, but if we don't go forward on the 12th and we stop and give things a second look, that we're really not doing it seriously, and therefore we are somehow, it's a conspiracy theory. I think that we're going to try to take...
Excuse me, I don't mean to interrupt. I have never used the word conspiracy theory, so please don't interject that. No, that's okay.
That was an exaggeration.
And nor have I ever, whether I agreed with this committee or not, ever called this committee losers. I would not show such disrespect. I know I interrupted you now, and I apologize for that. What I am saying is, if you did due diligence, and I do not have any reason not to believe you did due diligence, because at the last committee meeting, the committee spent till near midnight saying, we have done due diligence, we have exhausted every possibility, and the only option, or the best possible under the circumstances, is the municipal building. I'm not saying that's good or bad. I'm just saying, as our elected officials, you said we are best representing the people by this solution. If you voted on that a week or two ago, are you unvoting on it December 12th? And will Mr. Cruz be able to go back around December 17th and get any further extension from the court? Because a week or two ago, he seemed very, if with regret, very doubtful he was going to do that. And if you are unable to unvote your original vote on December 12th and revote, are you going to be able to come up with an alternate site to present to the courts? And are you going to be able to incorporate some of the citizens' suggestions? Maybe you can't, but just...
Mrs. Devlin, this is exactly what we're going to...
What is it you're doing?
We're going to do. We're going to discuss it. So is it going to be this site or some other place? We heard you loud and clear, and we may have to go back and do more due diligence and come back to you again. So, and yes, we have spent
I'm sure you
so many
have.
hours, so
Yeah.
many hours here until midnight, many, many meetings, believe me, last 2-3 years.
I believe
And-
that.
But anyway.
Very much.
So procedurally, can you
That's what I'm
respond-
sort of saying,
can you respond, Council?
procedurally, how's
Let me-
it gonna
let me
go?
finish.
Yes.
Can you respond?
Good word.
What are we voting next on the 12th, as far as this wasn't the final vote, and what is going to be the vote?
Well, as a legislative body, you always have the ability to reconsider what you've done
Okay.
previously.
Okay, that's all I was
So,
asking.
the first thing would be a reconsideration of that original designation.
Okay.
Okay? There's also a few other affordable housing items on the agenda, the developer fee ordinance, the Fairmont Commons ordinance. That will also be subject of public hearings, and you would be voting on that. Part of the discussion will be direction to me to ask the court for additional time and to provide reasons for that.
Okay.
We may or may not have to do that. We may be able to come back and re-look at the reasonings why the idea of moving the municipal building to the police site rather than the police site to the municipal building was, based on some input from the police, was based on, is there enough
Okay.
room at that
True.
site to build? So I think that's really the decision, honestly, that's before us. There is not going to be enough time to go out and send a letter to all the property owners and go, hey, want to sell? I got a great, affordable housing unit that I'd like to put up on your property. I don't know if anyone's going to come forward and say that. I don't know if we have time to go back to the DEP and say, can you please give us some leeway from this 150-foot setback? Like, do us a solid here, guys. We're trying to put in some affordable housing. I don't think that we have any time to do that. That time has passed. So honestly, I'm just being completely realistic that in the next, before December 12th, we're going to have to reconvene. We're going to have a meeting. And we're going to have to talk about what we can do and whether the Southern Boulevard site can support the another building, and how much can we get out of that?
Well, I wanted,
There are 5 people here, 5 different opinions could be, so remember that, so,
That's my opinion.
yeah, that's, I mean,
I just
we
do
may
want
not
to,
agree to things, we may agree, all of us, we may, we don't know what's gonna happen on the 12th. So it's-
Okay.
What you're asking, Mrs. Dowling, what's gonna happen on the 12th?
I was asking more the procedural
Well,
issue,
procedurally.
which you explained, so I want
That's
to
what's
thank you.
gonna
I
happen,
understand that now.
And in addition to that, the staff at various levels is going to do a lot of additional work following up on the recommendations or suggestions that
Good.
were made here.
Okay, except it was just said perhaps there's only 2 alternatives.
That's one person speaking.
Okay, so that is one person, that's true.
We're trying to develop a response to a plan in response to public questions, which are valid, but they have to be analyzed. And you're asking for a definitive response without an opportunity of the staff or the committee considering the options and considering the things that were discussed. I think you've heard a commitment that it will be relooked at.
I'm usually pretty articulate, so if I was less than clear, I was not asking for what your final decision. I was asking what is going to happen for the vote. Can you rescind a vote you already made? You explained procedurally that's possible. I was not asking for any kind of final decision or a crystal ball into what you were voting for. I wanted to thank in closing each of the committee members for listening, for giving their time, their response to me, as well as the other members of the room. And I want to particularly thank Ms. Ness for kind of bringing a sense of realistic, logical explanation that helped me understand it better. And by thanking her specifically for her voice of reason and realism, that is in no way to suggest everyone, the rest of the committee is absent that, but she did kind of volunteer the explanation, so I do appreciate that, and I appreciate each one of you spending the time tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Devlin. Appreciate it. Now, just a reminder, so it's 11:40. I'm not saying we have to be done at a certain time, in case you didn't look at that. Please.
I am cooking stuffing tomorrow.
11:40.
My name
You
is
can go
David
as long
Workman.
as you want. I told you in the beginning, so we're here until you're satisfied. You may not be satisfied, but we're here until you're here. Yes, please.
My name is David Workman. I live at 19 Susan Drive. And Mr. Ritter, I'm sorry for my frustration with this matter. I hope you understand, and I want to thank the committee. I've been in the real estate business for 30 years. And I do appreciate what everybody's done. But the unanswered questions about appraisal, traffic studies, diminution of value of homes that represent so much to these people is surprising. Okay? I see a lot of people looking at me, and some are acknowledging it, and some just don't understand really what I'm saying. But the traffic in the morning here is terrible. Okay? I don't know if you all spend the daytime here or just the evenings, but the amount of congestion that could be here with what you're building here or considering building here would be dangerous. Now, I've owned affordable housing projects, large ones, okay? It's out of character here, okay? I love all types of neighbors. I really couldn't care less. But it's out of character. That's really all I'm going to say about this specific situation. People build on wetlands all the time. You have some really intelligent people here, okay? Engineers, architects. There are ways around these things. And as I think it was Ms. Ness said, Chatham is a lot of wetlands. Maybe we can get a little grace in building on them in a reasonable way. And Mr. Kelly, you had mentioned possibly looking at acquiring buildings, okay? We've done that for years. If you want a strategic building, you basically find out who owns it, you try to acquire it. You do that enough, and maybe you actually fill the need you have. Maybe you don't. And I apologize. I mean, you asked for respect, but a lot of people here, because of the way this went down, Mayor, don't feel the respect that we had hoped for. We pay a lot in taxes. We've built lives here. I moved here 14 years ago for a reason, okay, for a certain lifestyle. And I think we were owed the respect of notification of this. And Mr. Kelly, if this was public, I mean very public, that this was going on, you'd be surprised at the solutions that come from nowhere, okay? People that own properties that you never thought in your lifetime they would sell or figure out a way to help you with this problem. And I just think by being more transparent, you would really be surprised at what might come this way. I want to say congratulations for getting the number down from 600 to whatever it is now. That's a huge win. I can't say thank you enough. Two things that are most important for affordable housing. Quite simply, our transportation and amenities. And I know a number of people have said this today. But if a family doesn't have transportation, it's very difficult. They feel isolated. Okay, it's not what you do to people in this community, it's what you do to people living in that residence. And you want everybody to enjoy, life here. Chatham is a phenomenal place to live, and you want everybody to enjoy it. But if you're going to run buses on Myersville, it's going to be even worse than it is right now. This community was not built in a grid. There were certain roads that go in and out, and it's very hard to, get to one place without going down the same road each time. It's very difficult. So, and from the amenity standpoint, if you have people living here without transportation, what are they going to do? The stores aren't so close. It's a couple of mile walk to, Springfield, right? Not even going to Chatham. So I appreciate the fact, and I just want to write in on the lady who was just talking before me's question, because in one way, we're hearing that the vote on the 12th was a vote, But another way I'm hearing that 3, 4, all of you are reconsidering and or saying no, which I think everybody here is happy. But is it real? Because there was a vote, and on the 12th, is that basically getting rid of that vote?
Procedurally,
Thank you.
would you like to answer? Yes, sure.
I think as a legislative body, the committee has the option, the ability to reconsider a vote.
But based on what you heard tonight, where 3 out of 5 people said they were saying no, is that what you need to, the vote is reconsidered, it sounds like?
That's what, it's reconsidering the decision, and then coming up with a different decision at the 12th or at some other date.
Okay. So I'm just trying, this is my frustration. I guess I look for yes and no's. So the vote that brought us here tonight was a vote, a definitive vote, or a vote of confidence, and today, basically what I'm hearing is that the vote is no confidence anymore.
Every vote the Township Committee takes is a vote is a definitive vote. But that doesn't mean they can't reconsider on what's been presented, what's been heard, additional thoughts. That's what this process is about,
Okay?
getting information.
And let me just throw out one thing, which doesn't necessarily have to do with affordable housing, but in light of, when they say when you get lemons, make lemonade, we have a big parking problem at the train station. The township has no ability to park there, okay? If you live close enough to the train station, you get a parking pass. If not, you have to pay, you have to do whatever you have to do to park. Throughout all of this, and people mentioned, I don't know if there's affordable housing possibly being built near the train station, but why not build parking, housing, everything at once to really make Chatham even a better place?
Chatham?
I would say that's what's happening at Post Office Plaza in the
How much
borough.
parking are they building?
Pardon me?
How much parking are they building?
I know there's 216 units that are proposed, and I cannot remember what the number is for the parking.
But the parking goes with the housing.
The parking goes with the housing. There was original proposal that there was supposed to be a parking deck in there, and I have not seen the latest plans. They happen to have their meeting on the same night as our meeting. But in terms of the parking, as a fellow realtor, the parking, the wait for parking passes in the borough is 3 to 4 years.
But that's if you live in the borough. If you're
Correct.
a township person, you're not even,
No, and we never have. So 50% of the lot is for pay, and 50% of it is providing revenue to the borough.
okay.
And we've never been able to make any sort of inroads on that. We don't own the property. They're not giving us any. They've got people waiting. They're now kicking people off the list that aren't, they've got trackers now that they're tracking it. There's all sorts of things going on. But no, there's never been any desire to give up revenue or give up parking spaces.
Wouldn't the township be able to make an economic contribution in order to get structured parking?
Well, they don't want to build structured parking, never have. There's been proposals, gosh, on and on about that property. But I can't really, none of us can really comment on the borough. We can just say that it's been tried numerous times.
Last thing, and then please, somebody else will go. You mentioned steep slope and other considerations, other challenges. These things are overcome all the time. All the time. So, thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you. Yes. Yes, you can go. Are you going to speak, ma'am? Yes. No, the one in the way. Yes, you can go first because everyone else spoke already, so.
Don't worry, I won't say much because it's late and I'm hardly thinking straight at this point. But I just want to comment that when you were recapping, my name, Ruth Connors, 48 Myersville Road. Recapping what you heard tonight, you did not mention the one thing that I heard over and over again, and that was that people are looking to have smaller developments for affordable housing. That they don't feel that putting 65, 75 units is the answer. Many people were saying that if it was spread throughout the community in smaller subdivisions, it would be more acceptable. So some of these properties that you looked at, you were looking at with the idea that you were going to put this 64, 75 unit housing there. So now if you look at those properties in the context of a smaller development, these properties could fit the criteria. So when you rethink this whole thing, I want you to make sure that you're also thinking along different terms than what the original 2018 December proposal was, or whatever you want to call that. Okay? That's all
Thank
I
you,
wanted to
definitely.
mention.
Thank you so much. Now, we have 10 minutes
10
to
minutes.
12. Do we have to stop at 12? No.
Yes.
No, but we can do a motion. I mean, we don't
Could
want
have
to
been
go.
done.
We want to finish all the way. Go ahead.
Right, first, I want to thank you guys all. I know you got all beaten tonight. There's nothing personal. Of course, we're just a little bit upset because of, I'm sorry? Mohammed Salim, 54 Marsville. So please don't take it personally. It's just because we're upset of that decision and so on. The second thing I want to say regarding the mountain, you said someone wanted to get it closed, and I think that would actually make this property altogether not possible to be considered because of the same reason why the property next to the recycling center cannot be considered, which is going to be a one-way in, one-way out. So the road cannot be closed. If you live in Mountain, it's not going to be closed, if this gets considered. The second thing is I heard a lot of very good suggestions. Apparently the town has a lot of professionals with good minds. A lot of people have good experience in civil engineering, real estate development, and apparently a lot of attorneys. So what I'm suggesting is rather than have a town hall where we just come, talk, and leave, and then it becomes really, burden on you to come up with a decision, why not make it, not with everybody, but at least with few. I've seen few who have a lot of ideas, were written and, documented and maybe emailed. Why not have some kind of a brainstorming sessions with these people who might be helping to find a solution that everyone will be happy with, rather than just take it on yourself. And no matter what decision you guys come up with, some people will be happy with it and some people will not be happy with it. But if the community is involved, I think this will solve a lot of these issues. One last thing is, we all got, I understand that you cannot really send letters to everybody every time you want to talk about something, but we're in the 21st century. We all use emails. Assuming that we can possibly make a registry on the site, we can put our emails, and whenever you want to just tell us something, you can send us email. We're all going to get on our cell phones and be done with. It's not difficult at all. Everybody does it.
If you'd like to sign up for the website updates on the township website, the agendas are sent out in an email blast.
Yeah, but the agenda didn't really talk about what you guys voted on. That's the thing. I went through all the draft agenda. It had a lot of, actually talk a lot about everything other than the vote that you guys took. So please consider.
Sure.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi, Liz Burnich from 55 Johnson Drive again. I have a couple questions. They're not necessarily, on one topic in particular, but Tracy, you mentioned the $5 million worth of improvements that are needed on this building, and I get the sense from everybody involved that that is such a major number. So I asked my friend Doug here, how many taxpayers do we have about in the town? He said he thinks it's somewhere 3,300. That's $1,500 in a one-time payment or a bond or loan of some sort versus what I think a lot of us in this room were considering to be tens of thousands, if not 100,000 plus, of decline in market value in our homes due to this idea and proposal. That's a drop in the bucket. My suggestion is if this $5 million worth of improvements is a burden, right? If it's seemingly very overwhelming, propose to raise a bond. Get it from your neighbors, get it from the people who live here. If there are other sites that can then be considered to cure this issue, if this is such an issue, the $5 million of improvements for this building should not be what's driving the decision to put 65 units here. That is, in my opinion, really short-sighted, especially at $1,500 a family once, right? So my other question is, Mr. Cruz, what do you think is the probability of being able to prolong the decision if you go to the court on the 17th? What's the reality of being able to keep pushing this forward and punting this ball along? Can you arguably go to that court date and say, we don't have a decision, we need more time? Or can they then turn around and say, tough luck, I'll decide where we put it?
I'll give the same response I gave a few moments ago with respect to the Township Committee. Not only has the Township Committee heard a lot of information and a lot of ideas, but I have, Mr. Hoffman have. So for me to evaluate that now without fully looking at everything that's been said and relooking at some of these issues, I think would not be appropriate. I will follow the direction of the Township Committee and inform the court of what has occurred. But I think we need to have some sort of plan going forward.
So a town mutiny is not a good enough reason, in your opinion, that the courts wouldn't say, wow, you guys can't get, you can't get any agreement because you've got your town up in arms and everyone's going to put for sale signs up and not pay their taxes and just revolt. I mean, in reality, if you get enough no's on the proposed plan and you don't go to the meeting on the 17th with a valid proposal, my question is, what are the courts going to say to you? Are they going to say, then we'll decide, or here's a fine? What is the penalty for that?
Well, it won't be a fine.
Okay.
Okay. But and at the risk of sounding insensitive to the community, the courts are not necessarily receptive of not in my backyard, because part of what's being suggested is in somebody else's backyard. And so that is something, again, not being insensitive, but as was pointed out before, I was quoted, the quote was something to the effect of that the courts are not receptive to Township Committee or governing bodies changing. They change every year. In November, there's an election, and so there's the potential of a change in the governing body. And so the governing body has a responsibility to fulfill their duties until December 31st of that year. But I don't want to shortchange the committee, myself, or the public. I have to look at it, review it, and that will be also discussed on the 12th.
It's interesting, because it almost sounds like then the decision is in your hands.
And it's not in my hands. I take, as was said before, I take direction from the Township Committee. Whatever direction they give me, I will make that presentation to the court and make that argument to the court.
I think you guys need to give us a little chance here.
No,
we're 3 hours into it, it's midnight.
No, what I'm just wondering, Tracy, with all due respect, is what can happen if If we don't go with a decision on the 17th, what can happen?
I think that's
And
a great discussion that's going to have to be had. You know, what is going to happen? What is going to happen if we don't get together before then and decide that the police building is moving here and we're not moving there, and, you know, because that's the low-hanging fruit right now. Is it realistic to go out and say, we're going to go out and fight the DEP and find sites that are, you know, I don't think that is realistic.
That's my alarm. That's now midnight. We either need to adjourn or have a motion to continue.
All right, do I have a motion to continue?
I think we're here, I think we need to hear the people. I would ask that people limit themselves to truly new topics, and by your presence here, you certainly have communicated to us, whether you've talked or not, you've communicated that, you know, you're concerned, so we've gotten that message. And if you have new information, I want to hear it, but please, we did get chastised earlier tonight for going till midnight, and you know, I hate to bend over backwards to stay up till midnight and get chastised again. So I would say that.
Is there a second?
We'll stay.
I'll second.
All right, so any committee discussion?
I'll second as long as.
All right, roll call vote, please. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
We're free.
Thank
to
you.
Move forward.
Okay, thank you very much for creating, at least committing to a more open process. But I'd like to. Oh, I'm sorry. This is Mike Oyen of 3 Hillcrest Avenue, Chatham, again. Okay. Thank you for offering to have an advisory committee, but what I want to know, what I'd like to know or nail down or get a commitment, what is the time frame it's going to be set up? Because the people who are heavily involved in looking into these issues now have a lot of ideas. The sooner we get it, and have a lot of energy they're willing to devote to it, so the sooner we get it set up and functioning, and from my standpoint, the more productive we'll be. And the time frame at which you're potentially looking for alternatives still could be rather short if this committee wants to take some action. So is there a commitment to try to set something up right after the holidays? Or can we get a commitment?
Commitment to?
Set up an advisory committee, a way for citizens to provide specific input on site, evaluation of sites. We can do the evaluation and then make proposals, but we'd like to have some opportunity to interact with perhaps a limited number of professionals without having to go to the committee members themselves. Do you sort of see what I mean?
I do.
For example, let me give you an example. On the comment you made about Green Acres, I had proposed a site. Now, my understanding, I consult a lawyer, that if a site has a conservation easement, that you can petition the court to have it removed if you have a higher use for it, so long as you provide compensatory dedication of other lands. So you can buy some other lands and to compensate for the fact you took some out of conservation. However, that becomes more difficult, as you mentioned, if it's Green Acres funded. So it isn't clear to me, the parcel I looked up, I couldn't find any Green Acres designation for it. So having somebody help us understand how encumbered these properties are is one thing I'd like to see in the short run. And then also find out if Mr. Cruz agrees that if it's only a conservation easement, that it is possible then to petition to have that used for a higher purpose. I'd have to look at the document. Okay. But I mean, to me, that's an important, you say, well, I haven't heard any good suggestions on alternatives. That's a key factor in terms of some of the properties I've been looking at.
Okay.
But could we?
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Could we get a commitment to try to get something set up in the near term?
I think, like Committeewoman just said, we need to have some time to just think and talk about this within the committee and with the professionals, with the staff. So, and it's a good idea, but let us discuss this before we commit to an advisory committee, which may be a good idea, so.
Well, okay, that's kind of soft, but
I know it is, I know.
it's a good
Sorry about
idea, and
that.
we'll think
So-
about it. Yeah, okay, well, okay, thank you.
There's two people that haven't spoken.
There are two, yes, please. You haven't spoken
I
yet.
haven't spoken.
Yes,
Dave
please.
Baszler,
Go ahead.
46 Candace Lane. Going back to December 17th again, Mr. Cruz has sort of been dodging that question. Is there a possibility to get it extended, or is there no chance in hell to get it extended, that we need to have more time to evaluate the whole thing? And you never really answered. You're saying, well, we may go to it, we may ask them and so forth. Is there no chance whatsoever, or is there a chance? If they want to give it, and again, you're going to probably not give me a correct answer.
You're correct, because I just don't know.
Is there a possibility?
I will follow the direction of the Township Committee.
If
Make
they
the
give
ba-
you the ability to
make-
say
make
we
the-
want more
make
time,
the
is it
best,
possible?
the best case possible, explaining the circumstances as best they can. But that decision is not mine, it's the judge. So what I will do is make the best possible case based upon the circumstances.
See, I don't think we're saying we don't want to do it. I think
No,
we're saying we need to have more time to evaluate. There's been some great ideas thrown up here.
I understand that fully.
So I'm just saying, I think any judge would say, because of what's happening, new committee members, everything else, say we need another month, we need
You'd
another
have to-
2 months, we need another 6 months. We got some great I'd love to see the police station here. Love the whole thing tied together in one location. I think it would be a great idea. Who's going to use the playground here? The 55 people that are here, I'm sure they'd be part of it. Is it open to everybody else? What about the gymnasium? Is that open all the time for all the people that are here, or is that going to be closed occasionally? I mean, there's a lot of question on it. Make this a community center, would be fantastic. But again, going back to the 17th, so there is a possibility to get it extended. You've heard of people getting it extended before, or you've never heard?
Yes, no, the process is to update the judge, make sure that the judge understands that there is progress being made by the Township Committee, and that the judge then makes an evaluation of whether that is sufficient. And I don't want to presume that the judge is going to grant something or deny something.
Understand.
Again, I'm going to look at all the facts that have been presented tonight, the options, and there will be a staff discussion on it, and we'll be back at this on December 12th.
If the judge says no, what happens then?
Well, if the judge says no, then what would probably happen is I would report back to the Township Committee, and they would have to make a decision as to whether to proceed forward with this plan or some other plan. I think that the judge understands that the Township of Chatham has been making a good faith effort to comply with the settlement agreement and comply with its obligations. But the judge also has a responsibility to the Supreme Court in making sure that the Supreme Court mandates are followed. I can assure you that I will try to do the best and explain to him what has transpired. And hope that the judge continues to be reasonable as he's been in other instances.
And I think we have moved forward, so hopefully you will.
Right, that is what the courts are always looking for, is progress being made.
Understand.
Thank you. Great, thank you.
Hi, Jessica Romeo, 49 Pine Street. It's late. I'm not sure I'm going to make my point clearly at all. It has to do with, I think, the financial aspect of this. So everyone's expressed frustration. I fully understand it from our side, from your side. This has been a very long process. A lot of it has happened behind closed doors. A lot of people haven't necessarily been following it, so all of this is brand new to them, not only the location, but all of this. There's been a lot talked about, different locations, splitting it up so you don't have 64 units in one spot, but spreading it out, which I agree with. I think that is optimal for our community, for new people moving in, but there's a financial piece to that I don't know that the community might be understanding. I don't know how you explain it. So if you split it up, there's a bigger financial burden on the township, on the taxpayers. If you build on these steep slope areas where there's no sewer system, there's a bigger financial burden. The taxpayers, I just want to make sure everyone's clear on that, that ultimately it does go back on us, and there's all sorts of solutions, and there's all sorts of reasons why you come to a solution. We have a financial burden here with this building. We have a financial burden with the police department, which is out of code for going on to 4 years now, and we have to figure out how to fix that. And then we have to build this housing. So it's going to impact all of us who live here. Our taxes will probably go up. And I don't know how you balance that. I think it's a very hard job. I just don't know how you also communicate to people that part of what you were doing was balancing all of this. Not sure if this makes any sense, but thanks.
Thank you.
Maybe someone can explain what I'm saying.
There are, financial considerations, and that was something that we looked at in the committee during this whole time frame, because we have this building, we have the police building, and then we have the 2018 agreement for the municipally supported housing, which entailed a site. And at that time, we were estimating about $4 million for, if it was this building. There's an estimate for this building that's about between 4 or 5 million. There's another estimate for the police building that's another potentially $4 million. So yes, all of those costs are not going away no matter what site we pick. There is going to be a cost no matter what. And that money is not there. So it's either going to come from, we don't have a developer's fee, so that's starting at zero. And we don't have, and we're going to have to bond for it. So if we bond for, $4 million, it's going to impact all of the tax rate.
Okay, great. So, yes, please.
Hi, I'll keep it very short. I just have one question for Cruz. My name is Kush. I live in 625 Fairmount. So I just wanted to understand and make sure we all agree, which is you voted on the previous meeting. We obviously thank you for the opportunity today to hear. And I can take away respectfully that you heard us pretty clear and that you will go back and rediscuss and reconvene. And we'll, as Mr. Cruz said, we'll reconsider what perhaps was a proposal on the table that brought us all here. I think my concern, and I hope you will come to a similar outcome on the 12th, is when you go to the 17th, what is very important is narrative. And the narrative doesn't need to be not my backyard. I don't think anybody here disagrees with what we are trying to do. I think we compliment for what you have done to bringing this down to a much more manageable number, potentially now solutioned through multiple different outcomes that I'm sure you will consider and reevaluate. I think the narrative, to my view, is you put this building in the same box as every other thing that you've heard and every other thing that you've looked at. And you have to go and really say, it's not about just this one proposal we talked about. We're really going back to think about, you either break it up, you consider different location in the township. There's different ways and means to make this happen. And we're all looking at those options equally. And we're not coming to tell you that we came up with one option that we didn't like, and so we are here to ask for more time. I think we're here to tell you we made some progress on Dixie settlement, call it whatever it is, perhaps progress, and we offer that up to say we've made some progress, and that's the way forward. At the same time, for what's remaining, the 1/3 which is left, there's a lot more work to be done. And that shows commitment, that shows progress. At the same time, it doesn't short us on the opportunity to work with you to find the right outcome. I just want to make sure, like, the narrative you agree, and as an advisor to the township committee, it's you are the authority, you should decide in the best interest. And I think we should put all options on the table and not just talk about why this didn't work. That's just my point.
That's a fair point.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Matlaga, your address, please. Dale Drive, 68.
36.
36. Close
Richard
enough.
Matlaga, 36 Dale Drive.
always get to be the end, and, you know, just a quick aside, very fast. I spoke at the planning committee, it was after 1 o'clock, I spoke the last meeting after 12, and my concern at those meetings that you were...
start to think you like it, actually.
Right. And my concern at those meetings was that they were taking action at that late hour, which this is a discussion, so this can go on forever.
We need, if this keeps going, I'm gonna have a recess for bathroom recess.
So
5.5 hours.
my thought is that as we go and try and go back to the court and ask for a delay, do I really think the court is going to come down and tell a town to vacate its town hall for affordable housing? That's not going to happen. And therefore, what I would ask that the town consider, and this may not be practical, but I'll throw it out there, is we spent a lot of taxpayer money on open space, and that open space is not being used for much at all. And whether that open space are some of the plots on Shunpike, or it's Giralda Farms, or it's going down Snake Hill, if the court is going to say you must do these 74, which they could do, or they are doing, then why can't we go and ask for relief as part of that? That was with taxpayer money. You're just, it's all fungible. And utilize those, and then you could build. Look at the space at Giralda Farms. It's just vacant. It's not even being used for recreation. You have the lots on Shunpike. They just have cinders on them. That's not really all that great. So yes, you can put it around, but I think there are different ways to skin the cat, and I just ask that we treat that as a possibility.
I mean,
Thank you.
I really want to address that because open space is intended for open space. It's not intended to one day be open space, another day be development of housing. There's a commitment that goes with that. And the process to remove the deed restrictions for open space is a very difficult process to overcome. It is not a judicial process. It is a process that ends up in a place that starts through the DEP, because the Green Acres program is part of the DEP. There has to be a record built before the DEP. There are regulations which speak to what are referred to as minor and major diversions. This would be a major diversion, and those diversions require compensation, typically require compensation in land at a multiple of many acres for each acre that you divert. And the State House Commission is very loath to grant any extension. If I went to the court and said to the court, we're going to use open space for this, the court, I can assure you that, and with this I am certain, would say that is not a viable plan because the process is so cumbersome and so expensive to replace open space land that the court would not view that as a viable alternative.
But the court is making us build congestion. So you're having an open field in one place and congestion, 65 units here, about 130 cars going in and out the driveway, up and down Mountain View Road. They're asking, you're saying the court is going to mandate congestion in a town uncharacteristic of the town, and yet we'll leave these open spaces around rather than spreading around. It just doesn't make logical sense.
But just to put it in context, and this was referred to before by Most Romeo, the township did a balancing. It did a balancing of its options. And one of the options it had was to designate 100% affordable municipal site, a site or sites. That decision was a policy decision based upon balancing the alternatives. So that decision was not imposed by the court, was not imposed by Fair Share Housing. That was a decision that the Township Committee made. So, and so what this is implementing that agreement, finding the appropriate sites. So when you say use open space, the court would not consider that as an available site. It doesn't, the term you've heard use is realistic development potential. That because of the obstacles in taking property out of the Green Acres restrictions, it doesn't present a reasonable development potential.
Okay. I am making a motion to have 5 minutes break.
Can I-
do have I'm making the motion. Anyone second?
Who else wants to talk?
So I'll continue
Because we
later.
have, we
My-
have to go to
my
the
time-
restroom for 5 minutes.
We got two more people to talk. Why don't we just wrap it up and we can
Well,
call?
I was just cut off, so.
Kurt,
Oh,
they're making-
Can I finish?
Yeah. I mean, let's just.
I mean,
And, you know, not to belabor the point, but I think there, just from what I've heard today about planning, that there's been little, that I think we need to look at these properties and nothing ventured, nothing gained. I think that has to be included in the solution, and the court may say no, but
Mr. Metlager, I'm liaison to the Open Space Committee, and now's not really the time or the place to discuss it further, but we do meet at 10:30 on Saturday mornings here, and I would invite you to stop by and pursue that topic of conversation.
okay, great.
Say one quick thing? That's it.
You can, but please try to be quick.
Oh, yeah. No. From an action item point of view, I think what Mike was getting at is that we have the 17th as like a guillotine hanging over our head right now. And hopefully, we will be able to, push it off. But there've been a lot of good ideas, and I think what Mike is saying is, we just want to really start putting together realistic alternatives. And there are a lot of really smart people that came out of the woodwork tonight talking about it, along with yourselves, and that's really it. We just want to have an action item. And are there any consultants that have been, brought in to analyze the various aspects of this transaction?
We have a planner, professional planner.
Right.
Frank Banish. He's been working with us. And, I mean, again, it's a good idea to have an advisory committee and take advantage of all that, asset and
Mike's
knowledge.
asking
and
if
everything.
we could be sanctioned, but at the same time is, do we need to be, and if we do something, will we be heard? I think that's really all.
Of course you will be heard, yes.
Access to detailed information.
You will have an access to everything that you need to have an access to. I promise you.
Thank you.
All right, do I have anyone else? Do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? Aye.